Hello everyone and welcome to the final episode of the Reign of Emrys here on Dork Tales. How is everybody doing tonight?
I'm good.
Good?
Yeah? It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. So if you are watching, we're starting a little early tonight because we kind of have to. We got a lot of ground to cover. And so what's this cute dramatic musician drama bomb? What's going on? Some people are just doing stuff in the chat. All right, so hey folks, welcome to the final episode of the Reign of Emrys here on Dork Tales. This is episode 25, which means that this campaign has gone one episode longer than I attempted. But hey, that's that's showbiz, baby, which is just like my line for the night, I guess.
That's fair.
But it's a nice, good number. 25 is a satisfying number to end on.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 25
It feels round. I like counting by fives.
That's fair. All right, so folks, if you're joining us for the first time, this is probably not the place to start. I'd love for you to stick around if you haven't been here before, but I would also not say start with Revenge of the Jedi, Return of the Jedi. I probably don't start with. I'm part right. That was its production title. But I would probably say don't start with Return of the Jedi if you're watching Star Wars. So don't start with this episode. Go back and watch episode 0. I think we did an episode 0 for this. But go start with episode 1, where you get to see these characters grow and change, and hopefully it will be a lot of fun. But hey, I never know how to start finales. I'm not gonna lie. So I just want to say thank you all for joining us on this journey, and players, thank you all for being here on the journey as well. I hope you had a good time and that I don't traumatize you too much. Just the right amount.
I mean, that's why we're here.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Works for me.
Let's go!
All right, so without further ado, hi everybody, I'm Kelly, I'm the Dungeon Master here at Dork Tales. I use he and him pronouns, and I am excited to be here tonight because I got more people to kill than Talfrin, although Talfrin technically killed himself. And yet, hey Caitlin, what are you doing here?
Hello, I'm here just for the ride.
Oh, you're just gonna watch? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's all you're here for.
Oh, obviously.
I'm glad that you have like a quick change outfit. Why don't you introduce yourself anyway, just in case people are wondering who you are. And who you tell us who you did play.
Oh, yeah. So for the past 24 episodes, I had played Talfrin Pridery, the wild magic barbarian human. I use she, her pronouns myself. He uses he, him pronouns. And yeah. Let's see. Let's finish this.
All right, let's go down to Christine, or up to Christine as it is.
Hello, I'm Christine. I use she, her pronouns, and I play Claudette Belmont, our human wizard who also uses she, her pronouns.
All right. Let's go to Amy.
Hello, I am Amy. I use she, her, they, them pronouns, and I am playing Leiden Admerav, our ASMR cleric of the grave, who is also a she, her.
Nice. All right, let's go to Kat.
Hey everyone, my name's Katrina, and I use she, her pronouns. And tonight I am playing Veritrix Soulstar, our lovely halfling artificer arterialist, who also uses she, her pronouns.
And finally, let's say hi to Robin.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robin. I use she, her, or they, them pronouns, and tonight I am playing Ivy, our tiefling blood hunter, Order of the Mutant, and oh, I'm so excited.
It's going to be good. And Robin, you pointed out something that I forgot to update on the screen, so give me just one sec. Boop, boop, boop. How is everybody doing tonight? Y'all excited about this? Is there anything that y'all want to discuss? Oh god, people are buying something good happens.
How fun this game has been.
Oh, well, that's just one. Just Kat and I both were
oh, did you? Okay.
on the ball for that, so it's only one.
All right. So you've had a good time?
This has been really fun.
Yes.
This campaign has been like...
It's been
I like
great.
this party. I like these players. I like this DM.
I love playing Claudette so far. Like, I tried to really go a different route with like her spell casting because wizards only get so many, so I kind of tried to like go a specific way instead of just being practical and a touch of everything. I was like, she's a noble. She's not going to be practical. Who needs mending? She's got servants for that. Of course she didn't learn it.
Exactly. Yeah.
She went for like full on like battle mage status.
See,
That's been a lot of fun.
Veri has been my favorite character that I've played. I absolutely love her in every way. She's just ridiculous. Yeah, she's been just phenomenal to play and grow with through her various epiphanies.
Did she have epiphanies, or did you have epiphanies while playing her?
A little bit of both,
Oh.
but she actually did as well. She's finally starting to come to grips with her emotional issues.
Wow.
Yeah.
Aw, she got therapy.
Yeah,
It's called the party.
I don't know if this counts as therapy. We kind of
No.
traumatized her differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is a trauma that she knows how to deal with.
What about everybody else?
Talfrin's been one of like the I think he's
R.I.P.
the first
R.I.P.
male character. Yeah, R.I.P. Male character I played. So it's been really fun to explore that, I guess, and just see where we're going from a little bit of a fuckboy at the beginning to
You can say fuckboy. We have mature tag.
We do.
We're
But can Caitlin say it on stream? That's the question.
That is a good
anyway.
question.
To like where he ended up, which is less of a fuckboy. Less. Yeah, so it's been really fun.
Yeah, the way Ivy turned, the emotional side of her, I did not expect that going into this campaign. I did not expect that, and so that kind of turn and like trusting friends and like the falling in love with Dork kind of thing was a very surprised thing. But I also learned something about myself through that, which sounds a bit cheesy, but like, 'cause similar to Ivy, and I didn't realize I put this into Ivy, but I used to not think that I also necessarily was as worthy of being loved too. So like that, I got really emotional after that episode just by myself, because I was like, oh boy, I put something into Ivy I did not know I put into there. Ooh. So I've really enjoyed the emotional growth of the character and the interactions with the party. It's been a real like deep campaign in that sense.
Nice. All right. Anybody else? Or should we just stop, man?
I've just been really
Emrys
enjoying
was
playing
the-
social.
Emrys was the first game where I actually used new pronouns for the first time.
Was it true?
Used she pronouns for the first time. It was an Emrys game. So there we go.
Amazing.
That is
Aw.
fantastic. You know what? In honor of that, here, you're all level 10.
Yay!
Woo!
There we go.
Exciting.
Yeah,
No,
sorry.
I've been enjoying playing social, but I'm ready to go on and do something else again. Maybe play something a little more heavy hitting again.
Well,
Just
Fair.
if only there are
swinging a
other
big ass
projects.
sword.
If there are other
That'd be
projects
fun.
that you're in on, we'll see what you can do them with. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
All right, so, folks, I guess it's about time to do that then. Oh, it feels weird starting at 6. I guess it's 6:20. All right, so tonight we're gonna try to go straight through. I have no idea how fast this will go. There's a bunch of optional content, but it'll come down to all choices. That's I'm from the Midwest. It's gonna come down to all of your choices, of course, and there is going to be at least one break. I've got them scheduled at about 7:30, 7:45, whether or not you're in a combat or something, and I've got a second one scheduled for later in the night because we're doing a full 5-hour stream tonight, or until we're done. So if it's sooner, great. If not, then maybe there'll be episode 26 because some of you have to work tomorrow. But I think we're going to be able to do it. There is going to be no talk to the chat until after the game. If we still have time, we'll do it then. And to each other, we'll gush then. But thank you for stalling while I updated the frame. All right, without further ado, let's begin the final episode of the Reign of Emrys. The mines beneath the crucible ache with magic. A myriad realities brought together by the possibilities of strange arcane meddlings. The wildness of the Fey stretches in and out of the spilt and spent blood of each of the Catoganians, held in servitude beneath those craggy, damp stones. And in the center of it, not even so much as a bloodstain, remains of the fallen comrade, the one who you called Talfrin. In the center of the crucible's uptake laser, there is only a shadow burned into the ground. His sword lies nearby, carelessly discarded, haphazardly tipped on its side. As the gate into the Fey Wild nearby opens, shimmering with light as it comes to life, a young man approaches, climbing the steps up from the flooded chamber. Dork kneels down, touches the edge of the blade. Tell. And falls, landing firmly on his backside, his knees splayed, his elbows tucked between them. And he tries and fails not to cry. There is a darkness that dwells at the edge of all things. If you shut your eyes hard enough and tight enough, you can see it there, piercing through, oozing through, ebbing. It is the darkness that devours the light that streams through your shut eyes, the light of your dreams, the true darkness that embraces you when the sleep has finally become comforting. It banishes nightmares and pain and leaves nothing in its wake except for serenity, nothingness, and the promise of healing, or the promise of something gentle to come. Talfrin, you find yourself standing in this black space. The ground is firm under your feet, but you see nothing. It's like standing on glass. Coils of black and white steam roll around your ankles. You're dressed simply, plainly, in that state of partial dress that you find yourself whenever you dream, whenever you think of yourself. That is how you exist in this moment. In the distance, you hear a strange noise, though. Almost a sucking noise, with a rhythmic It's not too far away.
Go towards it.
The ground beneath your feet is ice cold, and yet it doesn't burn you. It makes you shiver slightly, although you realize that your skin doesn't react. You feel the illusion of goose pimples rise up on your bare forearms, and yet nothing actually rises. As you make your way, you'll see a soft golden glow. A young man, curled up on the floor, one leg tucked underneath the bent knee of another. Can't be more than 14 or 15. Bare except for a simple, flowing, crisp, pure loincloth? Toga. No, it wraps around his right shoulder, exposing a significant swath of golden, burnished skin. In his hand, he holds a golden ball that shimmers. And as he bounces it against the floor, it ricochets off a wall that does not exist and bounces back to his hand.
So I was hearing you.
That was quite a choice, he says. You don't see his lips move as he speaks.
Seemed like the only one I could make at that point.
We're defined by our choices.
It's probably the best choice I've made in my entire life, I would say. The last one, but the best one. Where am I?
You're dead.
I figured as much.
You've come to
Are
play.
you dead too? Sure.
The boy will turn and look at you, and you'll notice that the eyes are black. Fully blacked out, but looking into them is like looking up at the stars. Nebula swim inside of the pits and recesses. You will recognize the sculpture of the orphan, the god of death. Would you stay and play?
Do I have another option?
Everything we do is a choice.
Is there a golden swirling? Sorry, you said I saw a golden swirling thing?
Yeah, there's like, it's like a small like rubber ball in his hand, but it's like, honestly, it looks like a star forging in his hand, just kind of the way that the carbon and the helium and the hydrogen kind of swirl together in space is kind of like, it has a physical form, but it's honestly like he's bouncing a baby sun against a wall as he's sitting and talking to you.
Gotcha. Alright, we'll pass it here. I'd prefer to finish what I started, but...
How long would it take you? And he'll bounce it to you. You want to make me an athletics check to catch a sun?
Oh, well, let's give that a try.
He's gonna put some pepper on it. Hold on one sec.
Oh.
You know what? I'm gonna say he has advantage because he's a god. That's better. Pretty sure he didn't roll a 5.
Let me just check. 24.
24.
Oh, wait,
all right, you'll be.
Sorry, strength check or athletics?
Athletic, yeah, athletics.
Oh, it doesn't matter. They're both the same. 24.
All right, so yeah, he's gonna throw it at you, bouncing it off the floor and the wall, and you're going to catch it before it strikes you in the face. Like very, very well, actually. Like it was a solid throw, and but you're good. You're good at this.
You got quite an arm on you.
I've been practicing.
You'll bounce it back.
Oh, okay. Give me an athletics check to bean a god with a ball.
I mean.
Okay, go ahead.
I got an at 20.
Okay, so you're gonna throw it, and you're gonna put enough
20.
heat on it that he's going to catch it, and it's gonna get close. His hand is going to be propelled closer to his face than yours was. Just because you think that he started to drift off into a thought for a moment, and then suddenly there's a ball in front of his face, and he catches
You
it.
said we were gonna play.
I like what you did. It was noble. Humans are so seldom noble. But when they are, it's special.
Seemed the right choice. Like I said.
Would you like to help?
Yeah. That's what I spent the last time doing. I like I said, I want to see it through to the end, but here we are.
I can wait one more day.
Okay.
Dawn. Be back by dawn, please.
Okay. You got it. Thanks.
Don't thank me yet. You'll be playing by new rules.
Fair enough.
See you soon. And the golden lips are going to just curve up into a pleasant enough smile.
We'll play again. We'll play soon.
You'll lose.
I'll still start practicing. I can give you a run for your money.
That's all I ever want. And with that, there's a sudden lurch and a pull. And you vanish into the darkness. You feel all of eternity pull past you, stripping past you at speeds beyond comprehension. And suddenly, the world is all bright and white again. And we'll pick up with you in just one moment. As you all begin to pick yourselves up, gathering your things and gathering yourselves for whatever might be coming through the gate to the Fey Wild behind you. The gateway shimmers, undulates, and a moment later will slowly part, rippling like water as a hand presses through it. Through the distortion, you see the outline of an elven woman, one that you will recognize immediately as she presses through into the cavern system of the Crucible. You recognize her as Emrys, the Eladrin. You've come a long way, she says to you, her voice echoing despite the sound of rushing water, despite the sound of chaotic magic. As you all find yourselves gathering together, she smiles and basically clocks each one of you with her eyes. Are you ready?
I mean, if we're not ready now, are we ever going to be?
Yeah.
We don't really have a choice.
Talfrin's sacrifice cannot be made in vain. We can grieve him when this is over, if we do not join him.
Yeah, fair enough.
Leden's gonna go over and see if she can find her mace.
Sure, make me an investigation check.
Investigation, that's a 12.
12?
Because
Sure.
I know,
You know,
he
I'll spend
had
a-
it,
I'll spend
but he
something good
probably
happens.
dropped it. Okay.
All right, so yeah, you'll be able to find it.
And she's gonna look down at the pieces of Talfrin where he was, and she's gonna just kind of quietly to herself will just close her eyes for a second and then turn back and return to the rest of the group.
I was gonna say Ivy's probably walks over to like put like a comforting hand on Dirk's shoulder as he's like holding Talfrin's sword, just being like,
"Why did he have to be so stupid?"
He was not stupid, I'm sure. I think he knew what he was doing, and I think he made a great sacrifice for the greater good.
For good.
Yes.
Okay. If that's what we're calling it.
You should take his sword.
I will. Let's, I'm ready to go when you are. I'm not losing you two.
Ivy's gonna have like a kind of the like look on her. She's gonna try and hide it. Hopefully Dirk's not looking at her too much.
Nope.
But
at that moment, you are going to Leiden being right there on the platform as well. You two are going to overhear that and immediately glance at each other and lock eyes. And I think that's when you remember a conversation you had as everyone else was preparing or sleeping at Very's house, well, at Very's parents' house, earlier the previous day. How did that go?
So I think probably after Dirk fell asleep, Ivy probably leaves the room and tries to quietly knock on like Leiden's door wherever she's sleeping, trying not to wake Claudette or her.
She'll probably run into Leiden actually in the hallway, kind of quietly staring off into space, leaning against the wall.
Oh, perfect. I was looking for you.
Yeah, I was wanting to talk to you as well. Let's go somewhere we're not gonna
Yes.
wake them up.
Yes.
And I think Leiden will try and duck out to a side room, or if there's a nook they can just kind of quietly chat.
The dining room is closed on one side and has a pair of flapping double doors on the other that lead into the kitchen. It's the best you're going to do here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's on a lower floor than the rest of the bedrooms, guest rooms, study, and the places that have been converted.
I don't have a good feeling about this, what we're gonna be getting ourselves into.
No, not at all. Are you... Leiden's gonna activate her Eyes of the Grave and kind of try and, like, look Ivy over.
Mm-hmm.
That's just her... the thing that lets her...
She's holding steadier than she was, but it's still creeping. The contagion is spreading. It's rooted deep.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think anything short of a wish spell would be able to purify this. A bit beyond what you can do.
We're supposed to be here to stop the Black Plague, Black Star Plague. I've unfortunately come back with a souvenir from the future. And we could not have done all of this for it to spread. again because of me.
So,
what I'm saying is, I think I'm going to be fighting my mother. I have a funny feeling you might be having a similar notion. And if not, I don't think I'm coming back from this. And you're a cleric, and if you do survive this, I want you to make sure Dirk is taken care of.
I'll do what I can, but I don't know if I'll still be here either. I mean, I was, from my understanding, only brought in to fix the balance. I don't...
Well, yes, I was thinking you were thinking that.
I mean...
You want to take on her too, don't you?
Well, we gotta do whatever it takes, right?
Yes.
So that everyone else can, you know,
Yes.
live their lives out.
Well, you have proven to be quite skilled as
You're
a
not so-
fighter.
You're not so bad yourself.
I think we should have some sort of game plan going into this.
I mean,
One we're both willing to do what's necessary.
yeah. So, well, I mean, if it comes to that, then whatever, just whatever it takes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
You're a cleric of the orphan, right?
Hmm.
So, I do believe you asked me that truth or dare question eons ago on the train.
Oh, God, you still
Or
remember that?
never have I ever, was it?
Yeah.
When I died, I did see the orphan. And he told me it wasn't my time. And I feel like this has been my purpose. And I want to say that I've never been much of a holy religious person myself, being an experiment. But could you say a prayer for us going into this? Of some sort?
I always do. I'm glad I met you, though. I think you're exactly who you should be. So, yeah. Whatever happens.
Yes. Whatever it takes.
Yeah. And then we'll have go get coffee after this is all done. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, coffee.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leiden. I've been so lucky to have met you as well. You are, I think, arguably have been the rock of this group. You have been a support, and I am thankful that I've been able to find love in my friends as well.
You're getting a little sappy.
Yes. Yes. And Ivy will like wipe away a couple tears that have started forming on her.
Look, if something happens to you, I'll do what has to be done, but whatever
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. And Leiden's gonna stand up rather abruptly, and go back to her room.
Okay.
Yeah, Ivy probably does that too, and then probably like snuggles into Dirk a little harder when she gets into bed, and just is just like, this is my last night, cool.
Fair. All right. But now back at the present, locking eyes with each other across the platform where Talfrin died. What do you think? What do you say? Or is there just silence?
There's silence for the most part, but Leiden looks meaningfully at Ivy and then down at where Talfrin was, and kind of very, very quietly will mumble, wasn't part of the plan. And we'll just head over to the door, over to Claudette.
Claudette, what are you and Very doing?
Well, Claudette basically had come back in to space just as Talfrin did this. And I think she was very shocked and upset for a moment, but then kind of tried to pull it together and come over and like help the others and that sort of thing, and just kind of feel all right, what do we need to do? We can't waste the opportunity Talfrin's given us.
You can come with me, Emrys says. I received a summons from a king. You need to reach the capital.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. We're gonna try and prevent this.
Well, I can take you through. The wild is the simplest way.
And I guess it'd be a bit more unexpected than just coming in down the main street.
If you would like, come with me, and I will guide you there.
We'd appreciate whatever aid you can offer, yes.
Very's gonna hop down from the control panel that she's just been chilling at.
Okay.
And just head on down.
There are many debts that must be repaid today. Be not long. She says that and then turns and walks back into the wild on the other side of that shimmering gate. The one that the Emrysians use to bring their grim sacrifices through. Even now, parts of it are stained with blood and ichor from the creatures that were brought to feed the machine. Do you all follow?
Yep.
Yeah.
Head held high, Leiden will walk through.
Okay, all right. And with a glimmer, each of you will step through into the Fey Wild. The sensation of stepping across the boundary is like nothing that you've ever experienced before. It shimmers. It shivers. All of the flesh on your hands feels like you have dipped through into wading water. And then you find yourselves standing in the middle of verdant, lush green. All around you, the sounds of laughter and animals and wind hangs about you. The scent of springtime and summer air and fall rain all bubbles up around you. Behind you, the gateway shimmers, shudders, one final time. And then vanishes, revealing just another stretch of long, green expanse. As you take a step, purple flowers will explode under your feet, creating a carpet to guide you. Well, I don't think the journey will take long, Emrys says.
Good, the sooner we get this over with, the
Come. Time is different here. We should speed up to slow down. I know a place. And she'll take off walking to, given the glow in the sky, what you think might be the south? Do you follow?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. You walk?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. You walk for what feels like an hour? Perhaps two. The soles of your feet don't get sore. In fact, they're quite springy as these purple flowers and occasionally little motes of ring-like weeds start to spring up underneath your feet, lifting you and propelling you forward. In the distance, you can hear the sound of laughter, childlike, darting between the branches of a tree. Small sprites wrapped in nothing more than a few stray bits of pilfered fabric play tag around the limbs of a tree that has seen some scarring over the years. In the distance, a waterfall crashes. exploding mist into the ground and all around it, and at the tip of that waterfall, on the rocks that jut over its cresting falls, you will see a majestic beast. Whinny, stomp its hooves, and throw its mane back over an illustrious spiraling horn at the center of its head. As the waterfall crashes down, you can see that there's a pool floating there at the base of the waterfall. "Come, refresh yourselves," she says.
This is a amazing place.
It is a fraction of what it was. This portion is still scarred. You can see if you move your feet beneath the sod.
Legion's gonna look around and try and...
Make a perception roll.
Okay. Perception. Oh dear. That's gonna be a 10.
10?
Yeah.
Okay. You can see that there are marks of scoring, and you'll find some bullet casings mixed with some coral on the edge of this little pond. Is anyone else looking around?
Yeah. Also
Sure.
perception?
Any perception rolls? Go ahead and give it to me.
Okay.
Well, she said refresh ourselves, and I think Claudette's feeling a bit grimy,
Okay.
so she's gonna go sit at the edge of the pool and at least wash her hands,
Sounds good.
Yeah, Very's.
splash a bit on her face.
Yeah, Very's having a quick clean up.
Well, drink.
18.
18. All right. Do me a favor. Roll percentiles.
Okay.
Drink of the water. It's clean.
Very well.
Kind of effect does it have?
40.
40. As you are like kind of milling around, you're going to see something sticking out of one of the bushes nearby. It's a candle. Unlit, the wick is still nice and fresh, just barely charred at the tip. A single line of wax dribbled down the side of its length. It's a taper candle, about like the kind you'd stick in a candlestick. Made of bright orange wax with a yellow core to it that kind of almost pulses a little bit as you pick it up. Kind of like a giant piece of candy corn, really, is what I'm thinking.
Okay, yeah. Can she, like, does it smell like anything? She'll sniff it.
It smells like a bonfire. Like, it smells smoky and very piney.
Huh.
It's just abandoned in the brush. You could probably pocket it.
Yeah, she'll pocket that.
Nice. Those of you who are refreshing yourselves at the pool, washing yourselves up and things, are you drinking, eating any of the mushrooms that are growing around the tip? They look to be fairly harmless. They're honestly, quite a few of them look like they're made of treacle.
Lita's gonna ask about what this is supposed to do exactly before she will drink, but she's, yeah.
It should refresh you.
Very's just gonna drink.
Sounds good. Around the edge, you are going to find a few other things as you just kind of are casually drinking and looking around. You are going to find a brilliantly colored sunrise flower, as well as nearby, kind of in some reeds in the water floating there, is a gourd shaped like a plump little dragon. Also a number of white and gray eldercat mushrooms. And an orange flower as you're kind of like washing yourself, this flower kind of shifts a bit in the breeze, looks up and goes, "Eat me."
Can I insight check the flower?
Yeah, you totally can.
The
flower got a 2 on its persuasion roll.
Well, I got a 14 on my insight roll, so
It wants
I
you
think I
to
beat
eat
the
it. It wants you to eat it.
I don't think she's gonna eat it.
Eat me. Chicken.
Did the flower just ask you to eat it?
Yeah, it did actually.
Eat me.
Huh.
It's quite safe. Eat me.
Is it? What'll happen?
It's food.
Very's gonna, if she says it's safe, Very's gonna just be like, okay, and pop it in.
Okay, so you're just gonna pop the head off of it, or you're gonna eat the whole thing? Like, pluck it out and just chomp it?
She's gonna pluck it out and chomp it.
Okay, good. That's probably for the best, because the head is really tart. Like, it's like, you're getting like the full sweet tart thing as you pop the whole thing in, because the stem is like maple syrupy sweet. But the head is like sucking on like a lemon drop. You know what? It's like a lemon drop, like one of the candies. Like, you know how it's like sugar on the outside, or no, it's tart on the outside and sugar on the inside? It's like that entire experience all rolled up into one. And as you crunch down it, you'll just hear, oh, yeah, as you swallow it.
Oh, okay.
Leden's gonna drink some water.
Yeah, Ivy will also be drinking water.
It tastes, I'm not going to say it tastes like Baja Blast, but, God, what Fey Wild thing is there here?
Tastes
all
like
right.
Baja Blast.
I said Baja
Cream
Blast.
soda.
I said cream soda. Which version of cream soda? We watched a video on that recently. There are many different cream sodas.
The Canadian one. The bright pink.
Bright pink one?
Sweetie one.
As you are doing that, so anybody who refreshes themselves at this pool can go ahead and count as having a full rest.
Nice.
Oh,
Thank you.
oh, beautiful.
You're going to need it.
Yeah.
Seeing that nothing happened to Very eating the flower, Claudette's gonna like pick one of those mushrooms that looks like treacle and sniff it.
Okay, that sounds good.
And if it smells sweet, she's gonna try and eat it.
All right, that is going to...
Spirit of experimentation.
As you pluck it up, it is going to shed light like a lantern in your hand.
Oh. That's cool.
And if you taste it, it tastes like spicy honey.
Ooh. Leiden, this tastes really good. You should try one. It's a little bright, but it's kind of spicy.
Okay, we'll try it.
It tastes
Really
good.
spicy.
Oh, all right.
Is everything edible here in the Fey Wild?
Technically, yes.
I don't think that's the good answer.
The plants at this pond are very edible and are fine with it. I would watch where you make waste when you return to the normal world after eating the flowers, though.
Why is that?
That is how they propagate.
Oh, so we can get invasive Fey Wild flowers.
Are they as magical in our plane as the Fey Wild?
Everything invades your realm eventually.
Fair enough.
Is that not why you are here? While this disturbing conversation is happening, Leiden, you are going to feel something strange. Are you in the water fully?
Nope, she was sitting at the edge.
Something is going to bump into your hip with a decent amount of velocity. Glancing down, it's a small, ringed, round ball about the size of a softball.
She'll pick it up.
It looked like it rolled from over by the tree near you. This tall, sweeping willow, its willowy branches coming down in a canvas, not unlike, say, like a beaded curtain. obscuring anything behind it. All you will see is just the vague outline of someone standing behind it. The reeds that are reaching up from the water nearby are covering up any trace of boot or anything like that. But you'll see that there's a figure on the other side. Seems like they rolled that at you.
One sec. Lee's gonna pick the ball up and she's gonna walk over and she'll push aside the curtain of willow.
Talfrin is standing there.
She's gonna drop the ball.
Sounds good. The ball will roll and bump into your feet, Talfrin.
Well, that's no way to pass it back to me, is it?
How? What?
I was given another chance. One more day. Let's finish this, Leiden.
She's gonna take a step forward and, like, poke Talfrin's shoulder.
Your finger's gonna go about half an inch in. It feels like poking particularly dense fog.
Is that how you greet all your friends you see again?
When they come back from... You didn't even leave a body. Poke.
No, that would have been particularly gruesome. Oh, okay. You can stop that.
Make me a religion roll, Leiden.
Also, how loud is Leiden being?
I think loud enough that you'll all assemble
Like,
after this
there was
roll.
probably like a bit of a shriek too. I'm not gonna do it right now, but that's a 15 for religion.
You don't think that he brought back the body either? He is
No.
slightly incorporeal and actually is faded around the edges.
Eyes of the grave. I want to look at this dead person.
Yeah, he's undead. You were like 99%, like, not even a white. You think that he's a ghost.
Claudette will look up at Leiden, shriek, and then shriek Talfrin's name herself.
What?
Leiden's gonna attempt to hug Talfrin? Testing this corporealness, like, not like
You can.
the
He has
poking, but, like, kind of
he has
gentle.
resistance to hugs, but not immunity.
Okay, so there's like a bit of a, like,
Claudette tackles
feigned
them,
hug.
they'll go right through.
Yeah, or you'll get stuck in
Yeah,
an
I think
awkward
so.
position. Like half floated through him, like planking in the middle of Talfrin.
Yeah. Glitching in.
You're one day, right? You said?
One whole day.
Tal?
Is that, buddy? You've been taking care of them?
Yeah, they... Whoa.
Okay.
What the
I haven't been
fuck?
gone that long.
I shouldn't have eaten the thing that was shaped like a dragon. I'm seeing things.
You're not.
I didn't eat the thing that looks like a dragon. I'm also seeing Tal. I think this is...
What if
He's
I
a ghost!
I mean, that's kind of what occurs when you die. Isn't it?
No.
Okay.
This is amazing!
I have your sword.
Oh, thanks, buddy. What did you do with it?
I got it
That
right
face.
here. I got it right here. And he'll reach over and hand it over toward you.
Talfrin will try to take it.
It is... Well, I guess technically it wouldn't be attuned to you after you died. You could reattune to it as a ghost.
Okay. Yeah, long rest? Yeah, alright.
I mean, short rest,
See what-
technically. Come and have some mushrooms.
Nice.
You can't eat them, but you can admire them at least.
Ah, very nice.
Very nice.
If we smoke
yes.
this, if we smoke the mushrooms and blow the vapor at you, can you get the same benefits?
The essence of a mushroom.
I can't believe this. Holy.
So
Your sacrifice, Talfrin.
What? What about it?
Did you... Your people have magic again?
That was the hope. That was my plan. But I'm not... Did that work? I'm not sure if it even worked. It died too quick.
Well, I'm not sure. I think we left too quickly to really know for sure. Claudette has her book out.
It looked like it worked.
Talfrin's gonna look at Claudette at that point.
She's thoroughly
Now-
sketching and making notes at this point.
Lena's just standing there, like, with this
He's gonna
stunned,
pose.
brilliant smile, just like,
Excellent, thank you, thank you.
Of course,
this is
of course.
amazing.
For science, right?
Oh yes, of course. So how did this happen?
Well, I died. Played a little game of catch with the orphan. And
see.
he allowed me to come back for one day.
I see. What did he look like?
Oh,
Did
just
he
like
present
all
a specific
his-
aspect, or?
just like those statues.
Okay, okay. Claudette takes copious notes.
Ivy's gonna
We
just like
have-
reach over and pinch Jerk just to be like, you're not dreaming.
Ow! Ow! He'll pinch you
We have a
back.
day.
Okay.
Shall we stop blubbering
This is
and continue on?
where you say ow.
Oh, sorry. Ow.
At this point, Barry is gonna wander over.
You been?
There you are.
Tal-
It's a ghost!
What?
Next time, convince somebody else to kill you.
I would say sorry, but you're the only person that was available. I am sorry, Very. I should have told you beforehand, but you wouldn't have pulled the trigger at that point, so.
No, I wouldn't have. It's good to see you again. I'm glad you're less dead than you were a little bit ago.
Slightly. Thank you. It's good to see
Still
you too.
mad at you, though.
That's okay. You can be mad at me. I can take it.
But, like, in a friend way.
Fair enough.
And she's gonna cross her arms and storm away.
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
Alina just, like, watches Very go and goes, so... We've got the god of death on our side. Let's go kill a god.
I bested him at his game of ball. Game of catch.
Wait, were we killing a god? I thought we were killing my cousin.
Oh, him too.
My mother.
Or at least thwart a god.
Ah, okay, yes, yes.
You know, yeah.
Well, I mean, if Talfrin has a day and he's dead, can't die again. So we really have, like, a bonus, Talfrin.
Well, I mean, you can banish ghosts, though.
Fair.
So
They probably
careful
aren't
still.
expecting him.
Probably not. Probably not.
You can... I wonder if you can walk through walls.
Can you
I
still
can
lift your
certainly
sword?
try. Yeah, I'm doing it quite well here.
Oh, alright.
But I don't know if I can walk through walls. I can try. I'll try.
You can try to walk through the tree.
Yeah, I will try to walk through the tree.
All right. Do you stop while you're walking through the tree?
No, he's just gonna run right into it because he doesn't think he's gonna get hurt even if he smucks right into it.
Okay, you're gonna fall right through it. Like, you're gonna go in one end
Perfect.
out the other. You have
Does
not
the
quite.
sword get stuck?
He is not quite attuned to the sword entirely, so instead it's gonna go thunk, kind of ding ding ding, and clang to the ground.
Well, I can walk through walls. I suppose. He'll go around the tree and grab a sword.
By the way, just out of character real quick, I have blue shifted you, so you're a little more Force Ghost now for the stream.
Oh, perfect.
So, a little less gray, a little more just, you're obviously dead. So,
Excellent.
so much so that I went out of focus.
Oh man.
There we go.
It's good to see you, Talfrin.
It's good to see you too.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
It's It's good to see you too.
You're an asshole.
You say that, but
You keep this up, you're not gonna have nobody.
I ain't got nobody right now.
That was the joke, dummy.
I know.
That was a good joke, Dirk.
I thought it was okay. Take as long as you need. You hear from across the way.
So who wants to go murder at a pile of really awful people?
That's what I'm here for. Let's go.
Let's go crash a wedding. Or whatever the plan was.
And
Yeah, that. Yeah.
yeah, I think that is the base plan, isn't it? Just crash a wedding.
Do you want to go straight there?
Is there anything else here that we could benefit from before we go back?
I mean, can you open a gate anywhere, or...
There's a place across here that potentially can. I know one person who can, though. Who can... I could drop you outside of the city, but if you wanted to get inside, the fastest way would be to talk to him.
Do we want to do that? Might be worth it to be able to get inside.
Who's him?
The storyteller.
Who's the storyteller?
He is who he is.
Fair enough. I mean, I think it's
Sure.
probably a better option to be able to get inside the city.
Mm-hmm.
Then follow me. She walks off, leading you through the myriad, I'm using that word a lot tonight, sorry, through the swirling madness of the Fey Wild. As you go, what I would like is everybody just roll me percentiles, see if anything is going on right now. And because I'm going to put my Wild Beyond the Witchlight book to the test, I think, and just use a bunch of stuff.
Oh, I love the Fey Wild so much.
The Fey Wild book is so good. It really is.
All right,
13.
97.
97. You are going to see that there is like a life-size chessboard on a hill in the distance, where a number of hare people are battling slowly but carefully against a bunch of turtles. And let me see who has the upper hand. So, ooh, that's pretty good. They are evenly matched. Holy crap. You'll hear one of the rabbits be like, "There's no way that you're going to be able to beat us. I've got Longscarf at Queen 3. Well, that's okay. I have Giandelli at Queen's Knight 4. You're hooped, bucko. Good day." Yeah, hi. They're just gonna kind of wave down at you. Who was the one who made the roll? It was.
He didn't waves back. Me.
Sounds good. And that was what'd you roll?
It was a 97.
97.
Yeah.
As you do, you are going to stub your toe on something very sharp. As you are crushing through some reeds that are kind of just humming as they flow back and forth. They're releasing this sickly sweet smell that is a mix of pastry and hot dog. They're like these big, big reeds with like these caps at the end. Honestly, they smell just like corn dogs.
So strange. She's gonna look and see what she stubbed her toe on.
You actually feel like it's a sharp pain, and you'll notice that your boot has a hole in it as a small glass needle punched its way into your boot.
Oh. Is it still stuck in? Can I pull it out?
You do. As you reach out and pull it out, it is a glass slipper. Pardon me. Well, a glass stiletto, I should say. It is the left foot. You see no other shoes around here, but it is this perfect. It's like a 3-inch pump, basically, made of solid glass crystal.
She's gonna hold it up and ask, did someone lose a shoe?
No, but if you have the other, that would go really good with your silver dress.
It's just
you can get another
the one.
Impractical.
Yeah, that's what
I
I was
mean, I could
pretty.
probably make it.
Nice though.
It is very, very nice. Like, it's an exquisite
I'm sure it has
design.
charms on it to make it comfortable.
I guess tuck it into a bag just in case, and we'll carry on.
The shoe fits.
Maybe later.
Okay. Talfrin, as you are walking by as well, you're just kind of idly playing around with some of your newfound weirdness. And there's a rock in the middle of this dirt path you find yourself on. Giving it a quick kick, you'll find that it banks off another rock, and then instead of hitting the ground, just kind of floats in midair.
Oh, I'm gonna pick it up.
You have to focus on it to do it, but yeah, you can do it. You pick it up, and it's still floating slightly.
We're one and the same, you and I, Rock.
It is small enough to fit in your hand, and like be hidden by it.
Nice. I'm gonna keep the rock with me for good
Yeah,
luck.
you have floaty rock.
Oh, floaty rock. I'm gonna add that to my sheet.
Alfred has a pet rock. Great.
He's got somebody. He's got his pet rock.
Oh, take it to the orphan with you when you go. Bring him a
I
little
will. Bring a little pet.
So, as you are approaching, walking around a bend behind Emrys, you are going to see that there are a number of posts along many of the trees, like different like sheets of paper, wanted posters, and things like that. There's one that says "Wanted, Will of the Fey Wild." There's one that is saying "Wanted, Sir Talavar." There's another one saying "Wanted, Tall Leonin and Kitsadria duo for crimes committed against a hag." And then you're going to notice that one of them, like there's all these nails that are kind of pricking out of them. And then one of them is just tall enough. Basically, you'll just be seeing like the posts, like the remnants of where these had been tacked in. And one of them has been ripped away and is just kind of like just a little tuft of paper clinging around a nail. Except as you glance up, you're realizing now that the nails that are nailed into these trees are not tack nails. They are literal iron fingernails. And one of them is exactly at your eye height that you can reach.
Oh, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, give me a strength check. You can use strength,
Yeah,
sleight of
right
hand.
up. Ooh, I think sleight of hand is better.
No, strength, sleight of hand.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Do. Coming up. Oh, that's not too bad, actually. That's going to be a 21.
Yep, you can go, we can, and pull it out. It kind of makes a sucking noise as the tree, as it ejects from the tree, and you'll actually see the tree kind of slump a little, going, oh, thank you. That was uncomfortable.
You're welcome.
But yeah, you have a 3-inch long, pardon me, a 2-inch long iron fingernail.
Cool.
Yes, this can be replaced on one of your own with some glue.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, can I have iron nails?
I mean, if you take a few minutes to pick all the other ones out of the tree, sure.
Yeah, I want iron nails.
Okay. So while you are doing that, Ivy, you'll be walking nearby as Veri is trying to climb up the tree and like pluck as many of them out as she can.
What the hell, Veri?
Look, they're iron fingernails.
That is so disturbing.
But it's so cool.
As you say that, you'll see that behind one of the wanted posters is a small, like, not quite a postcard sized, but like a 2-inch by 2-inch, like almost like a trading card, sticking out from behind one of these posters at your eye level, Ivy.
Cluck.
It's fairly... Well, you don't think it was originally meant to be square. Part of it is ripped off. And you will see that it is a tasteful boudoir photograph of a young... You think it's a half-elf. The hair is kind of cascading over and covering long, sensual kind of white blonde hair. Rather athletic build. Very tapered waist from what you can see. The way that the different flowing bits of honestly like nature themed. It looks like honestly like a boudoir calendar shot for like. If you looked at this looks like a Rangers of Elos, like sexy calendar, and this woman is quite attractive. Flipping it over, you can't really see anything except the last name is barely visible. Part of it, a twing. You're missing quite a bit of the last name and the entire first name.
Huh. Interesting. Does it look quite old, the card?
Not particularly. Like it's the Fey Wild.
It's true, it's the Fey Wild. Darn you for that question. Darn you! My timeline question. Fuck, I thought I could sneak it. I could sneak it by the DM.
What? It's Xeno's grandma.
Huh.
And Christine, did you roll anything?
Yes, I got 4.
4.
Yep.
What the fuck? In the tree that they're all plucking this out. So after a portion, you're going to get all 5 nails, and once you get some solvent, you can, or not some solvent. Once you get some adhesive, you can apply them to your hand.
Yes.
Your hand will do a D4 scratching damage then.
Oh, that's rad.
Plus your strength or dex. It doesn't really matter to me.
I'm sure that I probably have something.
Sticking out of a knot in the tree that you're passing right now, Claudette, you're going to find a painted wooden key. It's painted, pardon me, to look like a crocodile. So that the whole of the key that you would turn is the eyeball, and the length of the key stretches out into its nose. There's even a little nub at the tip where its nostrils are.
Oh, that's clever.
And as you pick it up, the eye is going to roll back and look at you.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
What are you for?
I like doors. It doesn't have a
that's
lower
cool.
jaw, so it can't really speak well. I like doors.
Oh,
Wanna say a cool trick?
sure.
And as it says, you'll hear... And its teeth are going to start going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, all along the length of the key, as if you were, like, watching a piano player. And then the teeth of the key come down in a random assortment.
Oh.
I hope that's useful. I can only do it once a day.
Oh, that is really cool. I'll have to try you out on some doors.
Yes, please.
Okay. Should put them in a pouch.
My name's Key.
Nice to meet you, Key. I'm Claudette.
You can call me Keegan.
Keegan? Okay.
Ah, so you have Keegan the Key.
Awesome.
If someone had rolled the orange, you would have found Peel the Peel.
Kelly.
Yes.
Would Tinker's tools have
Some super glue? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, she's gonna do that.
But as we
great.
discussed before a game, personal grooming might be difficult with these.
That's fair.
Certain types of personal grooming.
She's adaptable.
It's true. Okay. And as you are walking on the other side of the tree, down the hill, you are going to see a small clearing. In the center of the clearing, a large fairy ring of mushrooms, each larger than the last, forming a circle of chairs. well, chair-sized mushrooms, toadstools that yes, the chat just pointed out it is only one hand, so I guess you could use the other hand. That's fair.
Yeah, her left hand.
Until I chop your hand off, then you've only got the one.
Accurate.
Yeah, now I have a reason for that. Down the hill, you are going to see that on top of a series of toadstools, at the head of a circle of them, sits an average-sized man. He a bit scruffy, if anything. His hair needs a trim, and his beard is just barely kind of coming to the point where it can be called that. Sitting with a brown robe wrapped around him, flipping through an old, worn book, roughly the size of some of the largest books that any of you have ever seen. It's like a book sized for fur bogs, or sized for slightly larger creatures, for certain. Curled up on his lap is well, it looks like a slightly furry pseudo-dragon. Long, black-purple scales mottled with bits of fur poking out between them. Kind of like how certain Arctic creatures will have both fur and scale. There he is. Well, hello there.
Hello.
How can I help you? Are you here for a story?
Where?
Oh.
Not quite.
Claudette looks kind of torn.
We don't have a lot of time for stories, but
We were
That's
told
true.
you
We're here
might
for
be able to get us
assistance.
into the capital of
Elo.
Emrys.
Emrys. In Elos.
One moment. He'll
We're
reach.
gonna make a story.
We're hoping it'll be a heroic story where we overthrow the evil, or potential evil.
Beyond the
before
ones
it
you've
can
already
start.
had. I see.
Sorry?
Well, since you left, and he'll start flipping through his book, trailing a finger with incredible speed across the pages, like he's speed reading.
We already do it.
Let's see, you...
I don't know.
Think you
Where
know
are
so
you in
far.
this? Of course. I'm right here. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure where you're headed, though.
Well, I mean, we're not quite sure ourselves, besides the capital, to try and stop my cousin.
And
There are many places that you could go, though. You could be very easy to make it through. Would it be more poetic to send you to the room with the door? Or perhaps your brother's cell?
I mean, as long as we were maybe outside the cell. Though I suppose we could probably pick it from the inside.
I could pick it from the inside.
It would be
very
more
easily.
interesting if you could pick it from the inside. I'm wondering what poetic license would actually be best here. Of course, taking you directly to this Stone of Araya would probably be the fastest, most lethal, and least climactic for the audience.
I think I have an appointment to meet a king.
Oh,
We do?
no, he's tied up at the moment. Well, not literally tied up. I was honestly debating for quite a while whether or not to involve the Arduce, but I think he's showing up later.
Ooh.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm very confused.
Uh,
You're
yes.
talking like you're writing?
I just transcribe.
I
I
have
write.
24 hours.
You have until the next dawn, whenever that dawn may rise.
Oh, there you go. I have. Perfect. Well, then you know I have a time limit, but.
Can I make a religion roll to try and figure out if I know anything about this person or
Absolutely.
any sort of roll?
Yeah, you may. You may.
Cool.
You may.
Religion is right.
Religion is right. It will be a very difficult roll, but
Well, I don't think I did it because I rolled a 2.
okay.
I was
you
wondering if I could make an int Arcana check on him.
you can make a
like-
religion roll.
Religion. Okay. More about deities, rites, and prayers. Yes, I get advantage on this. Fucking yay. Okay. Religion. That's gonna be a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. You think that he's probably related to the god of knowledge in some way? Potentially a cleric?
Okay.
Although, if he was the god of knowledge, Thias, he'd be carrying 2 books instead of just one big-ass one.
Is it maybe 2 books combined? Like, maybe they click together?
To form Voltron, or Booktron.
Booktron.
Of course. You have to go there, and you would make it there anyway, so I'm not actually helping you. I'm just expediting the narrative. I'm willing to help you.
Well, thank you.
Leiden's gonna look around at the others and just this expression of being completely lost.
Yeah, Ivy kind of understands that it might be a cleric of something, but she's still completely lost about this whole story thing and talking about our adventure as a story.
Are any of you thirsty? Or hungry?
I'm
No,
always
we just-
hungry.
I could always use a coffee. Tell you what.
That sounds fair. After
I'll
the day
do.
we've had, I think we deserve a coffee.
I think you'll want to be caffeinated for what's coming. And as, if Emrys is offering to let me help you, I'm happy to. But first, I'd like to tell you a few stories.
Please do.
We'll get some coffee. And I'll start telling you some stories right after a quick break. What do you say?
Sure.
That sounds
Okay.
lovely.
Sounds fair.
Good. Then kick up your heels. Shouldn't take more than a few minutes. And folks, we'll be right back after this quick break. Hello, we're back. So we were just discussing off camera real quick whose idea it was to have Talfrin come back as a ghost, and it's kind of a mix. We had a couple of options for bringing Caitlin back for one more episode, and it was like either playing an NPC. I was gonna let her play Dirk, like if she wanted to.
Which, yeah, I would have been rad as well, but I like what we came up with. I like that.
Yeah, you can just spend the entire time sexting with Robin.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Nice boobies, Robin says.
Boobies.
And Dirk's like,
Robin
Nice
says.
Robin says to Dirk.
Robin
says.
Robin says to Dirk.
Dirk has nice boobies. What are you talking about? They're
Okay,
very...
but Robin is now in the game, not Ivy.
Well, apparently I'm in the game. So, real quick, we're not doing a lit, just talk to the chat. I'm basically just stalling so Amy can eat for a sec, because this is a slightly longer session. So, just so that I don't come off like a complete narcissist, I do want to point out that in Monsters of the Fey Wild, this dude right here exists. And that doesn't look like me. That looks like Dale. That looks like my friend Dale, who you've seen on Extra Life. I should have just had it be Dale. Just Dale show up and be like, well, I don't have enough dimples. He's got big dimples.
Yeah.
And he always gets really smug when he's a dungeon master. Dale, you are the reason why I don't never have anyone wake up naked without their items, because you did that to me on 3 separate one-shots.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Just
college.
wanted to see you naked or something.
We lived together. He had plenty of opportunities. could have just asked. Like, not missing much.
Sorry, I'm being weird on camera. I'm trying to grab my foot massager. There it is.
Nice.
Rolled under my
All right, so
mouse.
folks.
Miss Dale.
I mean, I have a calendar of my godson in the next room.
I know.
Aw.
I think I saw pictures of it.
It's pretty cute.
Yes, I was sharing pictures before the last game.
Nice. So, discovering so many things tonight, yes. Yeah, anyway, so we're going to be hopping back into game right now. Real quick note, though, if any of you are fans of our game Wild Beyond the Witchlight, it is airing tomorrow night, and it is a special How to Run Chapter 2 episode. So if you have any questions about anything in the plot so far, or how we did Chapter 2, or how we changed it, or even how certain players liked elements of Chapter 2 or the game so far, post them in our Discord, or there is a thread over on in the YouTube community section right now. So I know a bunch of people are leaving comments, things that we want to discuss, and that really helps us because then we can discuss it. Because then it's not just us sitting going like...
Well, that was great.
How about those Heron gone, yo?
Yeah.
They were here and then gone.
They were here and then gone.
I mean, yeah.
And before we hop back in, Random Equinox says it must be a relief to end Hexeter House and Reign of Emrys this weekend. I really wish we would have done it in reverse, to be honest, because yesterday we had a lot more time to run. And tonight it feels a little more compressed. I've got like 3 different versions of this, and cutting this down to be realistic so that it's like, oh, how to get the players to the final challenge without making it too easy, making it impossibly hard, like finding that, like, you know, basically the Star Wars balance of how do we get them into the Death Star to blow it up, or at least, to rescue Princess Leia. Because honestly, when you think of the first Star Wars movie, that shouldn't have worked at all. Like, not even a little. Because like all you have to say is, wouldn't there be more people on shift? Mm-hmm. And the entire plan falls apart. That is my #1 fear as a storyteller, where it's like, oh yes, you're going into the capital to stop a coronation. Shouldn't the entire army be there, Kelly?
Where is everyone?
Yes, but I've taken care of it.
But also, if George Lucas can have less people on shift, you can have less people on shift.
The thing is, I can't afford
people. We warn people, so we might have people on our side.
Yep, it's true. And also, I couldn't afford to hire more extras because I don't have enough patrons at patreon.com/dorktales. So if you want the game to be more difficult for the players, go subscribe right now.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, it was too easy. It was too easy. It's too easy.
Alternately, use some channel points to buy us some Hurt the Moors.
This is true. Let me hurt them. Also, we're going to be putting a bunch of shirts in the vault after this weekend. So this is going to be your last chance to buy Reign of Emrys shirts for the foreseeable future. So that is going to be vanishing on the 15th. So go and buy your Reign of Emrys shirts and let me know. Soul, you're fine. You did your best. Don't worry. I've got some putties that are going to be coming up. And last thing before we go into this, I love you all very much. I'm going to do my best to hurt you like hell. I literally have 8 different monster manuals open right now. I'm not even kidding. Like, I have Therios, Ravnica. Oh, nope, I counted wrong. I've got Tome of Beasts 1 and 2, Van Richten's Guide, the Core Monster Manual, Volos, and Eberron, all open. The only ones that I don't have open that are big... Oh, sorry, not Volos, Mordenkainen. So the only big one that I don't have open right now is Wildemont. Or Wildmount. And Strixhaven, because there's only a Math Dragon in there, and I couldn't figure out a reason to use a Math Dragon on you for this one. So, yeah. Enjoy. You might get fucked. And with that, let's head back into game. I really wish I had some harp music for this. Diddly-doo, 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 diddly-doo. Let's see. Here we go. You know what? I don't like that one. So give me 1 sec. I'm gonna find a harp music. There's gotta be some harp music around here.
Heart?
I know you're saying
Or
heart,
heart.
but it sounds like heart.
Yeah, no, I was wondering the same thing.
It can be both.
It's played on the heart. It uses your heartstrings.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, the harp uses the heartstrings.
Elven Glade.
Now, this is
no.
very terrifying when you actually think about that. If someone was like making
terrifying.
Absolutely.
Terrifying very?
Did you know that a broken heart syndrome is an actual thing?
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
unsettling.
We just talked about it last night at work. I mean, not last night, but the night before. Yeah. That was very
What is time?
Very would play
What
someone's
is
heartstrings.
time?
Let's be real, she totally would.
That's gross. I approve.
I also approve.
I wasn't listening because chat was saying so Talfrin won't morph into a math dragon.
I also got
Alas.
distracted by that.
You know what? Talfrin doesn't have the int score to be on Math Dragon.
No.
Oh,
okay.
gosh, no,
But he
does
tried.
not.
He said an IQ. He's only smart when he's a dragon.
He tries really hard, but
At the
In
end.
the
Alas.
end, it didn't even matter.
well, I mean, it didn't really matter that his
I want to see like a little pseudo dragon that has like little glasses. That's just like it's your math assistant. It's like your calculator.
It's on your shoulder, and you
Yeah, and it does math for you. It's your
Yeah,
calculator.
that's really cute.
What should this pseudo dragon's name be?
Matthew.
Oh,
Not the Math Dragon, the pseudo dragon.
I mean,
do no. Sudoku. No, sorry.
He's more of a storyteller, so what about Quill?
Quill the pseudo dragon? I'll
That's
get it.
good.
Quill works.
Okay, cool. Because I'm
I
writing
actually
this guy
like
into
that.
canon. Damn it, he's gonna go on the page.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, so folks, we're hopping back into game officially right now. Sitting around the circle of toadstools, you find yourselves sitting there with this storyteller. Floating cups of coffee in various mugs. Some of them hand-tossed, one of them shaped like a blue dragon, another shaped vaguely with the crest of a faraway kingdom imprinted on it. Another one shaped like a hand clutching spiked brass knuckles floats in front of Claudette. Another one, a ghost mug, floats in front of Talfrin with the ghost of dead coffee inside of it. And the ghost of 2 greens, 2 sugars.
Perfect.
In front of Varys is a rather diner-looking mug with a "We Can Do It" that has a picture of a halfling man who's just going at the camp. Sorry, pardon me.
Aw.
In like a little like pump-up hat, like you know what I'm talking about, like a Mario Brothers plumber hat. And then in front of Ivy, it is going to be one of those like ridiculously like over the top glass coffee mugs that has like the rigging around the side, like it's like a test tube but like inside of like a wooden handle with like brass fittings holding it tight.
Yes. I was thinking of that. If you were gonna pause, I was gonna say that. So
And
yes.
in front of Dirk, it's gonna be a tall mug. Christine, which mug are you drinking out of right now? It is not that mug. It is literally a tall mug with a bunch of corgi butts and bread loaves drawn on it.
It's my Claudette mug. It's gold foil hearts and it says darling on it.
Okay, do you want that mug or do you want the brass knuckle mug?
Brass knuckle mug.
Okay, yeah.
It would be far more like jarring of a note with Claudette.
So, a story. Every ritual is a story if you really think about it. And every story is a ritual if you think about it as well. I find personally that meaning comes to those who listen to the heart of a story and find the truth that lies inside of each and every tale. It's what makes us human. Humane. It's what makes us people. I once read a story that said that in the end we were all stories, so we might as well be good ones, or at least try to be. That always resonated with me. I'm sure that each one of your lives have been marked by moments that would work well as a story. Even little ones. For example, once upon a time, there was a young girl named Leiden. Leiden had not had a very good day at school. The lessons inside of her new home were strict. The headmistress seemed to prefer the girl that she was meant to one day serve over herself. And though Leiden had made good progress becoming her friend, there was still a loneliness deep inside of her heart. She missed the orphanage, where she had grown up for a few years prior. She missed what friends she had made there, even though many of them mocked her and teased her for her strange appearance and, well, the way she came to be at the orphanage. And so Leiden did what she was not supposed to do. She left the grounds and wandered around the city of Duchesne, alone. As dusk crept across the horizon, casting the entire city into an orange hue like the brass smelting works to the south of town, Leiden found herself wandering the back alleys. As he tells the story, all of you will feel yourselves pulled into the moment. And Leiden, you'll be pulled back into this memory, this fleeting moment from your past that you have barely held on to. It's familiar, dreamlike, or like remembering a dream. And it is that point where you will find yourself wandering through one of the back alleys of Duchesne. You'll find yourself down at Kickamar Row. All around you there are the sounds of people closing up shop. The public markets are done for the day. And now it's the late night vendors who are coming through to hawk any amount of strange wares and goods. Some of them are selling themselves, or strange mystic tattoos, markings, or exotic goods smuggled in from other nations. In the distance, you can hear one man swear that he has a potion of eternal life stolen directly from the tribal leaders of Okoka. Another shouts that he has a cure taken from the fallen kingdom of Exelar. Where are you? What are you doing on this night as you're wandering around? You're about 7 years old at this point, maybe 8?
I think she's looking at the whatever the vendors have out. Like she's kind of like eyeing it all, and I don't know that she's going anywhere in particular.
What you want, girl? Says a toothy-looking half-orc that looms over from behind a stand. You looking for fruits, vegetables for your ma?
No. I'm just looking.
You want iron?
I want what?
Your outfit. You're an acolyte.
Yeah?
I've got a pox right now. Got a big pimple on my bum. Can you cure it?
I don't know.
I've been putting Sal from that one, points at the one. I've got fresh cures all the way from the fallen kingdom of Exelar. This panacea is more than anything. Part panacea, part prophylactic, part purity in power. It can heal anything. It'll ail what heals you and heal what ails you. I've been slathering it all over my ass this week. Done nothing.
It's a prophylacter.
Prophylacter? I think you mean pause for laughter. That's what they always say at plays. You go to those, they say pause for laughter.
Why was that in a medicine.
I don't know. Maybe you gotta wait for it. Can you heal me ass or not? Fuck off.
She's gonna actually, like, try and see if she can do anything. I mean, she's an ASMR. She's got...
Fair.
I think she's got that... Was it?
Give me a medicine roll.
Yeah, healing hands.
So he's gonna turn around and like pull down the side of his pants, revealing like his hip bone, and just like at the top of his rump meat, you're gonna see this rather inflamed boil about the size of a golf ball.
Ew. She's gonna make a face.
Yeah,
medicine check.
Think of the face my husband's making.
14.
14? Honestly, it'll probably be fine. Like he needs to get it lanced, and then like just pack it with a poultice. And that should be fine. Alternatively, just lancing it is probably going to be fine. Just like lancing with something that is like sterilized should probably just do it as long as the bandages are clean. But you can try to heal it with magic.
She'll tap him on the hand or on the shoulder and see if she can. She can only do probably like 1 point, but she'll be like, well. If you have a needle that's been cleaned, just stab it. It'll be gross though.
Yeah, is that right? A needle.
Or something sharp, but I mean.
Make me an insight roll.
Do I have proficiency?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Was first level proficiency? It's like, because otherwise I'm doing like a. Okay. Dirty 20.
Okay. He goes from green to gray when you say needle.
A needle. Yeah. I'm sure it'll go away on
maybe
its
have
own.
your partner do it.
Oh, I'm fine having my partner stick something in my bum, eh? Is that the joke? Get out of here, you!
I mean, you look after each other. Okay. She's gonna scurry along.
He looks quite embarrassed. Like, you definitely get the sense that this man is deathly afraid of needles. He's about 6'8" and built like a refrigerator. Well, you would know what that is. Built like a door, basically. And is just kind of like, you know, all right, get out of here. Get out of here.
If you're asleep or something, first, like, and she's just gonna kind of mumble that as she goes.
Fortunes for sale. Fortunes for sale. Buy your fortunes here.
Another one says, an old withered woman with elongated arms and a milky eye swirling around in her skull, untethered by any nerve or, well, by anything really, lolling about. A very stunned-looking man will leave her little half-booth at this point, and then she'll look over at you.
Girl, do you have any money?
Do I have any money?
Yes, you have exactly.
Maybe a copper?
You have 3 coppers.
I will hold out a hand with 3 coppers.
She licks her dry lips with a tongue that is too dry as well, and it's kind of a grinding paper sound as she does.
That all you got?
Mm-hmm.
Everything you need to know is in the alley.
What alley?
She rolls her good eye toward the alley to the left. And that is the point where you will hear the sound of something piteous. A low cry comes from the alley, a low moan. Pained.
She'll go take a look.
Make me a perception roll as you make it to the alleyway.
Wow. That's gonna be a 25 with a nat 20.
Perfect. I'm going to pop out a game for 1 sec to issue a quick minor content warning for things involving animals. It will be nice in the end, but you got to ride through it if you want to. So if that's not something that you can deal with, because I know that's a big thing for some people, come back in 5 minutes. Okay. Midway down the alleyway, it's a tight little place for the merchants to wheel their carts out at the end of the night. And about halfway down, you will see an old tomcat lying on the ground. It's trying to make its way out, but one of the wagons struck it earlier in that day. Its back legs do not appear to be functioning. It mews piteously.
Leiden's gonna slowly and quietly approach, try to make it so that she's like at least in its line of sight, kind of.
It looks up at you and gives you this most incredibly human look through its furrowed brows.
She'll crouch down, just like an arm's distance away. Sorry this happened to you.
And it looks up at you with the biggest eyes that you think you've ever seen on an animal. And as you say that, it elicits a gentle, low purr.
She'll look at it and try and tentatively and carefully reach out towards it, like not to its head, but kind of like to its side.
Yeah, there's no the fur is a bit matted with blood, but you're not seeing like any visible injury. It seems to be mostly internal. It is definitely the way that it is lying. There is definitely something wrong with it. It's probably spinal. With your perception roll before, I'm going to include that in the medicine. This cat is definitely on its way out.
She's gonna try and feel if she has any energy in her to try and assist this, but
you think you might? Go ahead and make me a wisdom check.
That's a 15.
Well, you certainly try. How do you try?
She's going to try and pull from whatever is inside of her that gives her this ability to assist and heal people, to try and she's just like pulling it out of herself and trying to push it into this animal. That as she gently puts her hand like in the matted fur on its side.
The cat is going to purr quite loudly, enough that it rumbles like a small earthquake beneath your palm. It's going to close its eyes contentedly. And as you push all of that energy that you can in, the purring will slowly drift away. It was in that moment Leiden believed that she did no good. But years later, looking back, she would realize in that moment she did the greatest thing that she could. Comfort. To be there. Being there sometimes is more important than winning. Being by someone's side at the end means more than almost anything. But what she didn't know would not be found out for some time. And that is how much really lies inside of her. For as Leiden left to make her way back back to the comfortable palace, to the comfortable prison that she found herself in Duchesne. She did not see the cat wake and rise. Although sometimes when she would walk around town, she would see stray cats that would watch her. And one that looked very familiar, but couldn't be. Though it perhaps was. This reminds me of another story, of strangers meeting. It reminds me of you, my friend Ghost. Talfrin Praderi. His face battered, his nose half to broken, blood seeping into a rag plugged up his right nostril, his eye swollen to the point of blindness, his other bloodshot from the 3 pints of Orkeshian vodka coursing through his veins. He had won his fight. He was younger then, more corporeal than he would find himself in the future. And was finding it a bit hard to speak through the matted blood and the cloths that were plugging up one of the teeth that almost got knocked out in this fight with this massive half-orc. Who now, after having bit a chunk out of Talfrin's shoulder, was drinking with him at a bar.
So anyway, I says, yeah, as I says, I'm not lancing any boil on your ass, my love. I said for better or for worse, but not for gross.
I mean, you wouldn't even expect that to be a question.
Right?
So I feel you.
Ugh. Anyway, well, that's why I'm divorced. How about you?
No, never married in the first place.
Oh, yeah, you single?
Don't get married, can't get divorced.
I mean, I've already had a taste of you.
What more do you want?
Oh, I don't know. We tasted pretty good, actually. Wouldn't mind some more.
Excuse me. A voice comes over his shoulder. I saw you in the fighting pit. A man, more like a tall boy, stands behind Talfrin at this point. His hair dark, the scruff of a beard just beginning to cling to the corners of his chin and lip. I was wondering if I could buy you a drink and talk about your fight with you, sir.
Are you talking to me?
Yes. Hi. Sorry. The waif wiped his hand on his brown breeches and thrust it forward. My name's Dirk. Dirk Milos. Nice to meet you. Can I was. You really beat the hell out of him.
He did. He did.
Nice to meet you too. I don't shake hands, but we can clink drinks.
Yeah, that works for me. I was actually I was hoping maybe to if I buy you a couple drinks, maybe you can give me some pointers. I'm trying to toughen up a bit myself.
Sure. I can't guarantee it'll help you, but I'll do my best.
So, sure, bartender, Sal, an aging tiefling, looks across the bar. What do you want? 2 of whatever he's having.
You sure you can, it's a little strong,
hey,
my friend.
I'm stronger than I look.
Alright. It's your funeral.
Yeah, maybe. What's wrong, kid? Sal slides the drinks across the bar. You look like you've seen a ghost. No, I just... No offense, I haven't seen that many tieflings. They always kind of make me a little nervous. The horns. And that it is. Of course, a little bit of racism is going to cost you double. Yes, sir. He is going to take a drink. Cheers, sir.
Cheers.
And is going to drink and immediately, like, start hacking his lungs out.
Cool. So, rule number 1. We don't act like that with Sal around here. Rule number 2, we learn to handle our drinks.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Okay. I guess,
What are your questions?
You throw punches really good. How can I throw a punch really good?
Well, have you been taught the basics? What can you do? Here. There's some empty space over there. Let's go.
Okay. And he's gonna wander over. Yeah, you guys will throw a few rounds around. Yeah, so let's just see how he does.
All right.
His first couple attempts are not great, to be honest. Looking at this, you're going to see that he doesn't follow through with his hits. He is much better suited to being, if it was a slap fight, he'd be doing great.
Okay.
If it was, honestly, you think if it was a knife fight, he'd probably be doing pretty good too. But the whole follow through thing, like,
yeah.
Dirk is the kind of man who's slighter in build and is much more adept at, like, slicing tendons and veins than he is punching someone in the face. Fights
Dirk,
more like a cat than a dog. Yeah. And you're Mr. Prideri, right?
Talfrin's fine. Don't be afraid to hit me.
I don't want to.
Don't be afraid. Don't. That's your problem.
Well, I don't want to hurt you.
You start, but you gotta finish. Okay? You gotta connect, or it doesn't mean anything. Now come at me.
He's gonna clock you with a 21.
Nice.
He's gonna crank you across the.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, I connected. And what are you gonna do in that opportunity? You gonna teach him about getting punched back?
Yeah. Hell
Give
yeah.
me a roll. I want to hear this.
I will try. Oh, I got a 10 on the dice.
That's enough.
Am I adding anything? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're gonna add your proficiency and your strength. So 2 and
that'd be a 19.
Yeah, so it'd probably be like a 16 or a 17 at this level when you first met Dirk. That's enough to hit him. He's got like an AC of like 14. So you're gonna crank him back and have a little bit of a bar brawl.
Rule number 4. Watch the hands.
Yeah. Okay, tough. Later, you sit at the bar giving him this information as he's got like a steak pressed against the side of his face. Sure thing, Tal. Sure thing, Tal.
Yeah, that works too. Here, this'll ease the pain. He'll order just 2 shots of something strong.
That's good advice, though.
Because if you're in a fight, you gotta make it count. You gotta connect. You're gonna want to win. Everybody who goes into a fight takes that chance, right? They take that risk. If you're in, like, the fights that we were in, we're gonna get clocked. We're gonna get knocked out. I got some teeth missing. They'll show.
Huh. You got a pretty good looking smile. You're lucky.
Yeah, they're all in the back. That's the thing. You gotta take a hit in a good way. I can show you the ropes.
Okay. Alright.
Just keep buying drinks and yeah. And we got a deal.
Okay.
Oh, that one's on me though. He'll point to the shot he just ordered.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
And he'll shoot it and... Oh!
Yeah, it burns, but you'll thank me in just like 2 minutes. Not even. Oh, fair. The pain it'll subside.
Yeah, here, Mark. He starts drooling, spitting blood down the side of his mouth.
Sal, can we grab a napkin for me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no problem. And as they sat and drank that night, Talfrin revealed wisdom that he would, ironically, not hold to himself until much later. If you go into something, you have to go in all the way. And it doesn't matter unless you make a connection. Those words would ultimately end his demise, would lead to his demise. But in the end, the connection is what counts. For in the end, all we are connections. Several years before that, in the short side of Duchesne, a young Veritrix Soulstar learned that as well. It was the eve of her graduation from primary school. Well, first school, as they call it in Emrys. The one that takes her through her teenage years before trade school. She had had her first drinks, buttered beer and lush, thick, slightly alcoholic beverages known to halflings that more add a little bit to your waistline than to your inebriation. Deep, thick rum melted inside of syrups, laced with creams and rich frothing from cocoa plants. Bloated and merry, she found herself on the balcony outside her father's room. Oh, hey, Very.
Yeah?
You all done with the party now? Your father said, wandering out onto the balcony with you, his waistcoat puffed out and wrinkled where his gut, equally bloated from the thick beverages, was straining the buttons as if to send them into orbit.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a bit hot in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I feel the same.
It's much nicer out here.
So, my little girl. How old are you now? 12? 13?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I know you're 16. You're supposed to be upset about that. I know you're not Daddy's little girl forever. Tell you what, your mother's not here. How about we enjoy ourselves?
That sounds good.
He thumbs his ruddy nose at you and pulls his smoking pipe out from his jacket, loading it up with a bit of halfling tobacco, we'll say. Some short and stacky tobacco. And we'll pass it over to you. It's a nice mellow buzz, more than anything, and just kind of calms you down, or I guess lifts you back up from where the copious amounts of alcohol would. Kind of mellows you out, more than anything. The stars twinkle above you. Inside, you can still hear the sound of the various partygoers easing up the night. So, what's the plan?
I don't know yet. I'm still trying to think of that. But
Well, you've got applications into at least 4 trade schools.
Mm-hmm.
Your mother has been trying to push you into the Cartographers Guild. And I know that she's also been trying to push you into potentially doing the high arithmetic.
I mainly just want to build things.
Nothing wrong with that. I saw you tinkering around with schematics for that big squirrel.
Yeah.
I think you got the tail wrong, though.
Just a little bit.
So why do you want to build things?
Mm-hmm.
What's the goal?
It feels nice to add something new to the world. To bring something in that nobody else has thought of.
Oh, well, don't tell your ma that. She'll have you bringing grandkids into the house before long.
Oh, God, well, I don't want that just yet.
You know, me either. I'm glad that you're pure as the driven snow and will be for the rest of your life.
Something like that.
And you will be even after the 14th child. I don't want to hear about it.
Oh, you never will. You never will. But I won't tell you about building stuff when I do.
So why? What do you want to build? If you could build anything in the entire world, what would it be?
I don't even know yet.
Well, you need to think of the bigger picture. Think of what you could build. You could build an automated toothpaste dispenser.
Sure, we can have a coffee machine that works.
Psh. Now you're thinking too far ahead. Nothing could exist. You'd need dark magic for that. Black like the coffee.
Yeah, good point.
Let's see. You could build an automated wheel tightener. You could build a lunchbox that keeps its contents straight up even if they're fried crisps. You could build... you could build a... Oh. You could build a telescope that allows you to smell distant stars.
That'd be pretty fun.
Ah, smelloscope? Absolutely. Haven't you always wondered what that one smells like? The big red one.
You know, I've never actually wondered that before.
Ah, but now you can't get it out of your head.
It's
Sorry.
true.
Yeah, well, you'll trust me. Take another hit of this. You'll be thinking about a bunch of weird thoughts.
See, like, I've always loved, you know, the night sky, stars, and telescopes. You know, and, you know, of course, I can build that perfectly fine. And it's nice, but I want to build something that... I want to build something that's alive. I want to build something that has a personality.
Now it sounds like you're just talking about grandkids again.
No, I wanted to be mechanical.
Oh, so you're going to make a Warforged?
I mean, I guess I could.
I suppose you could. Well, I mean, now that they're back, it's... You know, I was not too much older than you when the Warforged came back. That was weird.
It seems that...
That was a long time ago. I had you a bit late.
That's fair. I'm gonna start with that funny squirrel in my schematics.
I know it's not a squirrel, very. It's obviously a chipmunk. I'm just giving you trouble.
Obviously. You know, it just has very large ears for a chipmunk and can fly.
So it's an elephant?
Something like that.
Well, if you're seeing elephants, it's probably time to call it a night.
Probably. It is actually getting fairly late.
You've got a big day tomorrow. Your ma's been keeping it from you, but you've got your acceptance letters downstairs. All wrapped up, waiting for you. You know, it's a tradition in our house that on the eve after your graduation is when you make all the decisions, so in the morning. You've got a lot to think about.
Good to know.
Well, just think.
I will.
You could build anything, Barry. The most important thing, I think, build a good future.
That's what I'm hoping for.
You're bright enough. And you're definitely crazy enough to try.
Well, I'm Soulstar.
Where
do you think I got that from?
The spark of madness runs deep inside of all of us.
Yeah, it does.
When I was your age, I decided that I was going to build a skyship that could go into the stratosphere. Up, up, up to the stars. Can you imagine that? A starship. Think
that
of the
would be
places
exciting.
Aye.
Now that would be an exciting thing to build.
I know. Couldn't find the labor for it, but could be fun.
Could build the labor to make it.
Oh, now you're thinking, what an enterprising idea.
A starship.
Aye. You'd have to give it a good name. It would be it'd be quite a rarity. You could call it that, the Rarity. No, it's kind of bad. This is more of a curiosity, really.
It's more of a curiosity.
Yeah. You've got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Come on. Love! Very! Where are you? Your mom's calling. Yeah, snuff that out, snuff it out. All
right.
It smells like pipeweed out here. What are you doing? Your mother says,
Nothing.
bursting out. You're missing your own party. Come on. Your Aunt Baru's saying goodnight. Come on.
All right, coming.
And your Uncle Baloo. Come on, come on.
I'm coming, I'm coming. And she's gonna wander towards the door.
And as Veritrix disappeared back into the party to say her goodnights that night, the truth of the matter was that it didn't matter what she built. So long as it had the spark inside of her, it would be special. For that's where the true magic of creation comes from. And every step along the way is building a future. Less hopeful is a tale that came some years before inside of the Towers of Magic. The Institute. For there in the bowels and the corridors that twisted around, well, there was cruelty. Young girls, no older than 6, 7, were pitted against each other. Day by day, night by night. And even when they were not, they found ways to do so. For unfortunately, when you trap those inside of a cage who cannot find escape elsewhere, they will turn on each other. And it is there that a young girl, known only as the 6th one, found herself in over her head. She had looked the wrong direction during mealtime. A solemn affair with a single hard-boiled egg and a stale roll, almost too brittle for her young teeth. In fact, this one proved even too much, for as she bit into it, one of her baby teeth left in it. The older girls, 7 and 8 years old, saw this and began to make fun of her. And when she shot back a dirty look, she knew then that she had gone too far. The sound of slapping meat, of bone striking flesh, of fist rending hair. And the one who would become known as Ivy would find herself pinned to the ground. Iteration 1 and 2, her sisters, kneeling over her, thrusting the stale loaf into her mouth, yelling down at her to chew and swallow her own teeth. Ivy, what would you have been doing in this situation?
She probably would have been trying to wriggle her way out, trying to look for weaknesses in her sister's stance to try and leverage.
So basically what's happening is one is kind of like straddling your chest right now, kind of like like grabbing you by the shoulders and kind of like constantly slamming your back into the ground to unnerve you, while 2 is kind of straddling near your face, kind of shoving this loaf of bread, like more of a biscuit than anything really, like a dinner roll, kind of into your mouth. You're feeling like the tooth that you lost kind of like grind against your lips as this is doing so. What I'd like you to do is make me an attack roll and add +5 to it for this stage in your development.
Okay.
Also, hello Raid. We are just doing a past scene of Robin's character is getting bullied by her sisters as a child, so enjoy.
Yay!
Yay!
16.
16. 16, you are going to see that as you are laying there, kind of pinned down, your arms kind of underneath 2's knees, kind of so that she's kneeling on the crooks of your arms. When she knocked you over, one of the spoons that you were eating with had fallen to the ground kind of near you. Now, to say this is a spoon is to give vast discredit to all spoons that have ever existed in history of forever. For this is the shallowest spoon you have ever seen that comes to a tapered point, very egg-shaped or almond-shaped. But that does mean that it is a small iron spear. You can reach it with that. You have one shot at this. Where are you aiming? You could aim to the back of the knees of one as she's straddling your chest, or you could slash up into the one who's trying to force something down your throat.
I think she's probably a little bit distracted, so I think she's going to go for the target that's right in her face. I think she's going to go for 2.
Okay, go ahead and make me an attack roll. You're going to do this at a +5. Okay.
Ooh, not good. That's gonna be a 9.
9. All right. So where would she have been aiming?
So if 2's kind of, she would have been trying to go for like probably
so
like
under her
arm,
jaw or arm?
Or
okay.
under her jaw. Yeah. Arm, okay. Probably trying to like get leverage.
All right. So she is going to see it as it comes up, and she will pin your hand against the side of her collarbone with her jaw. Come on, you little bitch. Eat up. And is going to crack your head against the ground. You are going to feel your vision start to swim. Bits of stars are going to start swimming around your head. I mean, you're only 5 or 6 at this point. Like, there's not much fight that you have left in you at this. You need a moment to catch your bearings, which strangely comes. There's a bit of a roar. And then suddenly, a flash of motion as a body hurls against one's frame, catching her against the ribs and hurling her against a nearby table. It's a flash of motion, but you come to your senses and see that V5 has ducked underneath where she was pinning you, elbowed her directly in the ribs, launching herself on top of the larger girl. She grabs for the larger one's horns, trying to grab purchase. What do you do? It seems that 2 is a bit caught off guard. Your hand is still pinned.
So, if my chest is now free, I'm going to... She would probably try and...
So your arms are pinned, but nothing else.
Yeah, my arms are pinned, nothing else. She's gonna try and...
Natasha Romanoff?
Yeah, okay. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, make me an attack roll. +5.
I was trying to explain how to do it other than Natasha Romanoff.
No, you can just do a Natasha. It's fine.
Yes!
That's what this channel's on.
Oh, that's a 22.
22?
No, 22.
Okay, so bending yourself in half, you're young, like you're incredibly flexible, like prepubescent body, because the little kids can turn themselves into pretzels super easy, is going to just like fold in half. You're going to catch her right behind the neck with your legs, which is your bare feet are going to find purchase. And the best thing about this is, like you, she is a tiefling with curled horns. A perfect place for purchase for your legs. What do you do once you have her locked, your feet locked into her horns? What the fuck?
I'm going to try and just pull her forward and down and switch and like do like a roll over situation, or like roll to the side maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds
probably
good.
like try and roll to the side and like switch positions so I'm on top of her.
Sounds good. You are going to be able to reverse the hold and ride her into the ground, kind of forcing her face down into it as you twist. So I'm gonna assume that basically what you can do is kind of like flip and just end up kind of pinning her to the ground.
Yeah.
With kind of your knee on the back of her neck.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make me a contested athletics check?
I can.
Ooh, I hope you do well.
No, that's gonna be a 7. I had +4 to it.
Okay.
I rolled a 3.
All right. You are going to hold her for a good second, and then your grip is going to slip a bit as you glance up and see the fight that is happening parallel to you goes not well at all. From where V had her originally, number 1 is going to stand up, catch your sister directly in the solar plexus with a knee, once, twice, 3 times, grunting the entire time, "How dare you fucking bitch!" And the 7-year-old, or 8-year-old 1 is going to turn and grab V by the back of her short white hair and slam her face, well, almost her face, into the side of the table. The tables here are stone and metal slabs, and there is a bone-breaking crunch as V's face is brought down on the corner of the table. She lets out a yowl of pain as the nerve endings inside the broken horn align. The bit of horn that once existed on that side of her face falls to the ground, snapped. What do you do? And that moment, actually, you pause for a minute hearing the scream, and so you're pinning her back. She is going to spin around underneath you and just start hitting you back and forth in the rib cage with her elbows, dislodging you.
You think it's fair? You're 3 years older than us, and you're beating us. That's weak. You're a coward for taking on someone weaker than you.
No, I'm efficient.
Strong. I was gonna try and take a punch. She'll just like full on try and punch 2. I guess if that.
All right. So yeah, 2 is there. All right. So you can see that V's face is continuously being battered into the side of that table. So you going after 2 still?
Well, am I like? Are we kind of out
You're
of
about,
embrace?
you're about 10 feet from each other.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna try and go to 1 and try and like, if she can pick up the piece of broken horn on her way and try and stab 1
Sure.
with a piece of broken horn.
You may. Go ahead and make me an attack roll.
Wait.
Okay, and that is going to not be enough for that. Good to know.
So +5 you said to add?
+5, yeah, that'll be your attack bonus. As you jump over to grab that and use that, 2 is going to sweep her leg out underneath you, trying to trip you, and you're going to be able to leap over it, barely making the clearance. But that is, I'm pretty sure that a 12 is still beneath your arbor class even at this level. What do you get on your attack?
I got a 21.
A 21? All right, where are you aiming?
She's gonna aim. So she's probably like a bit higher than her. She's probably gonna aim for the stomach with the horn. She's just gonna try and stab her.
All right. The stab goes well. The hollow of her navel opens like one of those sardine cans that you saw once, ripping up almost 4 inches along the abdomen, exposing blood and bowel. There's a tremendous scream, and it is at that point that the Society's guards step in. Rushing into the scene, it is no time at all before each of you is pinned to the ground, shocked with the electrified prods that they use. Later, when the fight is over, and your wounds are not healed, you find yourselves in your isolated chambers, the little 10x5 rooms that you would live in for the next 15 years. Between each one of the rooms was a pipe system that would occasionally belch out smoky, hot air from the coal chamber system. You and V, at an earlier age, learned that it would also carry a long sound. Did you check on her?
Yeah, probably at that point. Afterwards she would have sent probably use something to do you think they would have learned Morse code?
You have a code. I think all sisters have a code. All siblings have a code.
Yeah. She'll basically take.
But you could also just speak through it. I'm gonna say you can whisper through the pipe.
Okay, we can whisper through the pipe. Okay,
Yeah.
I heard long sound, so I was thinking like a ringing from a ding. But yeah, she'll. V.
What?
You okay?
You should have gone for the throat.
That was a harder target. I wasn't focused on killing them. I was focused on distracting them, so she'd stop bashing her head in. Thank you. You didn't have to help.
I didn't do it for you. I saw an opportunity and I took it.
Well, look where it got you. Do you think it'll grow back?
No. But neither will the foot of intestine that she lost.
Good for her.
Fair trade. Things were never quite the same after that for Ivy. But the 2 older girls gave the younger a bit more room. And slowly, surely, those in power decided that a little more sibling rivalry was needed for development. All it took was a few strategic gifts, a few strategic extra rations to instill hostility between 5 and 6. All it took was a little love to make the hate bloom harder. So much so that years later, even then, Ivy would not remember the sacrifice made by that one-horned tiefling of the same blood as her. Perhaps we are not all what we are made into. Perhaps there is a remnant of the iron inside of the steel. But that is a story for the future. For at last, we come to the final story. In 2 days, Claudette, scion of the House of Belmont, is to be shipped off to the wonder and majesty of the Mystic Academy. There, at the far reaches of the Empire, the Zetrovian Academy awaits her. However, as she prepares her bags for what will be an entire education of magic, she cannot help but wonder and worry about what lies before. And as she does so, there is a knock at the door. Claudette? Your mother says. I'm coming in. She opens the door, seeing your things strewn about your bedroom. I thought you were supposed to be packed.
I'm working on it.
You're working very slowly. Your bags are supposed to be transported tomorrow ahead of you.
I have all night then.
This was supposed to be done yesterday.
I couldn't find some things and I changed my mind. So I had to unpack it all so I could find what I was going to leave behind and repack other stuff.
Your mother makes her way in, looking as put together as she always does. The perfect hair, the perfect clothing, even this late of hour. She sits on the edge of your bed. You hear the springs protest, but just barely. Your mother is very light, very spidery in her proportions. And as she looks at you, she furrows her fairly thick, dark brows. You know, when I was a girl, I didn't want to go away either. Are you afraid?
No, of course not. I'm looking forward to magic school.
You'll need to be a better liar than that if you want to survive there. The cliques can be significantly more cutthroat than what you're used to in private tutelage. Talk to me.
Can I not just still have tutors?
If you really want to, I can call upon some of the best available tutors of the land. You can spend your entire teenage years in the comfort of your bedroom, playing with Leiden on the weeknights and weekends, and learning from the tutors during the day. I guarantee that you will become a well-respected and absolutely boring Magisterium mage.
Do you mean like Mage Argo?
Yes, like Mage Argo. Do you want to be exceptional?
Yes.
Then you have to pay for it. What do you want to be when you are a woman, Claudette? Who do you want to be?
I want to be the best mage.
I want to show you something.
I want to go off doing like what Father did.
Oh, what Father did.
Yes. Exploring magical runes and learning and researching and finding new magic.
Do you think you can do that with a tutor?
I mean, maybe if they were exceptional.
Do you know why we're sending you to Zetrovia?
Because it's a good school?
It is not a good school. It is one of the greatest schools of magic on all of Elos.
Okay.
Why do you deserve to go there, and they do not? She gestures to your window, which overlooks a portion of the city near the falls. How many of them do you think are going to Zetrovia? Out of the hundreds of thousands of souls inside of Duchesne, how many of them are bound for that greatness?
Probably not many.
How many of them are going there with the backing of the Belmonts? How many of them are representing our house?
I don't know all your charity work. Do you have a scholarship, Mother?
Yes, we have a few, I suppose, but... Do you know why we're sending you to Zetrovia?
Because you can?
Yes, we can. We are fortunate enough. We have power. Fantastic power. From this house, Duchesne, all of Duchesne is under our duty. We're the shepherds of those people. It's our responsibility. We're sending you to Zetrovia for them. For when you sit in the council chamber someday with your brother and make decisions on behalf of the house, well, you'll be making those decisions for them. And they deserve the best person. Between us, I feel that you'll be making more decisions than your brother. Your choice to become a magus will keep you more tied to the people than his choice to be a soldier. And the fate that life has in store for you will give you more choices and take away more as well. It is not easy being a woman of power. Anyone who ever says it is either trying to sell you something or is lying through her teeth. For every step you take, a man has made it there in half the time, with half the energy. Loneliness is something you'll have to come to terms with. Unless you're not strong enough.
Question, how old is Claudette at this point?
Probably 16. I think she went to, basically she went to magic college either 16 or 17, and was there for 5 or 6 years.
Okay. She's going to kind of stand up and start very firmly putting stuff into her bags. Properly packing. She's got a very determined look now.
Good. I'm proud of you, you know.
I think she'll spin and fling herself at her mother for a moment, though, for a hug.
Oh, hello. Pat. She pats you
She
twice.
knows full well she's violating, like, protocol here, but she's doing it anyways.
But strangely, unlike normal, she'll pat you twice on the shoulder as you hug her, and then leave a hand on the back of your head. Kind of matting your hair a bit.
Claudette is going to take advantage of this.
Men are foolish, and one day you're going to have to make a decision for a lot of them. Many decisions. One day, should you be unfortunate enough to find a husband, you'll end up making most of the decisions for the rest of your life.
Ew.
You're 16.
So?
If you're not looking for men yet, then perhaps you lucked out. Much easier to live life making decisions either for yourself or for or with a woman. Either of which would be perfectly acceptable. Slightly more expensive for keeping the family line alive, but doable.
I have a brother.
Have you seen
Isn't that his job? He's older anyways.
Have you seen the way he acts around women? Such a charming boy until you get a set of eyelashes flashing in front of him.
Yeah. And he turns really stupid.
Reminds me of your father. The man eats shoe leather like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Claudette's shoulders are just going to start shaking where her face is buried against her mom's hair. And eventually I think she's going to give in and just start rolling on the floor laughing, or at least on the bed.
And uncharacteristically, your mother will join you in laughter. The years were hard for Claudette, but rewarding. And as she learned and studied at Cetrovia, she brought back great knowledge, great power. but would not know for quite some time the depth of the responsibility that her mother had truly placed in her. That would come much later. So you see, suddenly, the images fade from your mind as each of you have been collectively walked through these moments of your life, like watercolors being painted in front of your mind's eye, or even the air in front of you. The daze fades away from you as the charm that overtook your senses fades. As you can see, the storyteller says, taking a moment to scratch the pseudo-dragon on his lap behind its ear, it makes a noise and kicks its foot out a couple of times, breathing a small curl of smoke out of its left nostril. Hopefully, some of that was useful for you.
I completely forgot about that.
Put some things into perspective.
Well,
Yeah, that's for sure. Things I hadn't thought about in a very long time.
no. Remind me, please. There were 3 places that you could go. Most of the city is warded off from teleportation, especially on a day like today, but there are 3 places where it is weak. One is the room with the door. The old storage conservatory. Another is the prison, and the third is a small cave underneath the falls that leads into an underground network. Out of all of them, I feel like that's the least climactic, but the safest and slowest.
Don't think we're terribly interested in safe and slow.
We're all stories, right? That's what you said earlier.
Yes.
Let's
I
make
did.
it a good one. Why don't we... I would suggest we would go to the prison.
Why don't we go to the prison?
Yes, we should free your brother.
I think we should.
I see.
I mean, if we can go not in a cell, that would be preferable, but we can always get out if we do.
Oh, we can figure it out.
We're very good at improvising things.
By your smarts and my brawn and everybody else's everything.
And you can
do
phase
it.
through walls.
That too. That too.
Big brains.
Big. That's what I said. Your smarts.
Oh, I have a key that'll work. She'll hold up the crocodile key.
Perfect.
Look at us go.
Left
We
roll.
have a plan.
Ivy, sorry, you were...
I was just
Okay.
wondering, do you feel... I was wondering, do you know if your magic that you get when you get angry?
When I get angry?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't gotten angry enough yet. We'll figure it out.
Isn't your secret that you're always angry, though?
My friend, if I was always angry, you'd be in trouble.
I'm sorry, Halfling. You're sitting on my hat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's my story cap.
And she will get up.
Pardon me. It's okay. It was hidden away. It was my secret cap, and he'll put a hat on.
So, can you get us to the prison?
Of course. I was just wondering whether or not you were going to tie another story together or not. But I suppose this is, well... Oh. There were some cute little story nods in the other one. A little nod to another story in this book.
I don't follow.
Characters that you've never met before would have interacted with you through certain means, but to be fair, the prison is probably the easiest.
I don't much care about other people. I wanna...
I defer to your...
Judgment?
expertise? Judgment?
Oh, the storyteller. What?
Yes, if you have extra knowledge.
Such is your name.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Well, thank you.
Should be fun wherever we go.
And we'll be there together.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we can hope for.
The ground shook. The sky turned red. As the storyteller wove the passage that would open the final door. Not a literal door as all of the others that came before, but merely a conduit for travel. Stories are the most powerful travelers of all. Casmarea would agree with this, as she rode on the back of her husband's cart. Kaz would agree with this. As they traveled in search of adventure, all of the gods would, for a story is impossible to keep caged. A story can pass where flesh cannot, and a story has the power to touch even the darkest depths. And it is a story that brought them here. Abandoning the chance to go and relinquish and pilfer the relics inside of the upstairs reliquary. The heroes of this story found themselves quickly moving through the labyrinthine passageways of the dungeon beneath the palace. The stony walls, ancient brickwork, with the occasional jutting of moonlight illuminating their pathway. As he says this, the world begins to fade away, and you find yourself standing and walking through an ancient hallway, a place that none of you have ever been, down beneath the palace. For as they moved, they had not realized yet, but the days had passed. And the friends they had made, and the favors they had called, had arrived in the capital before them. The coronation was in full bloom. But there was one thing left to do. You're walking down the hallway of the ancient barracks. The ancient dungeon, I should say, pardon me, beneath the palace. The walls are smeared with blood. The bodies of guards, royal and simply jail guards, lie strewn about the floor. One of the cells in front of you has its bars bent in at an angle so wide that you could walk through with your arms stretched out. The ground is painted with gore. Chunks of meat lie in the cracks of the walls, clinging to the mortar, as if seeking to grow. In the distance, the ground shakes from a cacophonous explosion. You hear the sound of things overhead. Dust settles down into where you are, falling before you. As you move forward, you can hear the sound of battle outside. This is trouble. No end to trouble. One moment, and we will hop in. I just want to hit the right background sound, and I shut it off to save memory. Give me 1 sec. It is... where the hell did I put it?
While you're looking for that, can we just say, like, fucking bravo for that last bit there?
Which one? The one with Claudette's mom?
Just the whole thing.
The entire thing that would just happen, that was wild.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I know women with Claudette's mom. It's really easy. I'm like,
That was so funny.
Single mom. I was raised by a single
Hilarious.
mom. I know how this works. Where the hell is it? I had this background audio ready. Was it background sound effects?
Which I feel like at this point, that's like fueled Claudette's determination quite firmly. And she is just striding down this hallway. Like, not flinching, just stepping over dead bodies.
Heads
Are we
up.
trying to
At this
go
point, I
down?
figure she has her sword out too, because she's just like, well, shit, somebody's gonna attack me and I'm gonna be ready, damn it.
Heads up, what?
Oh, just gonna say, heads up, chest out, think murder.
Yes. Exactly. Just striding down, just murder.
Yeah, basically.
In the distance, you can hear the sound of battle, gunfire, screaming, and the smell of smoke. Anybody here can make me a perception roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we able to
I'll do my
To
damn
also-
best.
be stealthy? Oh, damn. 23 for perception.
19 for perception.
Oof, nothing. No.
5.
16 for perception.
Ooh, okay. All of you are going to hear the sound of what
Fucking
can
6.
only be armies clashing overhead. You hear the sound of bowstrings snapping, arrows sailing through the air with that sharp whistle, gunfire, and then a cacophonous crash that sounds like a building collapsing in the distance. Those of you who got more than a 20 will recognize that it sounds like a very large building and is coming in the direction and distance of the Imperial Science Academy, just off the palace. Its primary tower looms over the central palace. And as it strikes the ground, you will definitely get the sense that it no longer does so. You'll also be hearing that as you are milling around, parts of the stonework of the dungeon are broken away. It's almost like something tremendous has mined its way through the dungeon. Something at least... Oh gods, the way that it went through the bars of that prison cell. 6 feet at the shoulders. It's burrowed up into the guts and then up into one of the dining rooms of the palace. The rocks and dirt falling down with bodies smushed up against the sides, like forgotten or discarded vegetables at the end of a toddler's night. What do you do?
Leiden would like to move forward as quickly and quietly as she can.
I would like a
given that
stealth roll from everybody.
And
here.
I have a disadvantage because armor.
So when we get there, Ivy's gonna take 2 potions out of her side bag, and I'm gonna take 2 like
It's true, you don't.
mutants I can take.
Okay.
13
Okay.
for stealth for Leiden.
I was gonna say, as I'm incorporeal and I do hover a foot off the ground, I think we said.
You will have advantage on all
Still
stealth rolls.
got a nat 20.
Yes!
What do I get on my second one? 13.
dirty
Not as
20.
good.
21.
And
18.
Okay, and time for some Dirk. Dirk got a 3.
Oh, Dirk! What did you learn from me? Dirk boy.
It's okay. Dirk is going to take a step forward, and as he's trying to fumble around, it's quite dark in here. Only the shafts of moonlight coming through some of the side passageways that have been burrowed and broken open. It's all dim down here, not a single torch abound. And as he takes a step, there is going to be a oh god, I think I stepped on someone's kidney.
It happens. Let's just
I
move
feel like you've been
forward.
stepping on more than that.
They didn't need it.
Not anymore.
Leiden will hush quietly. And we'll actually quickly put a hand on Claudette's shoulder and refresh Death Ward.
Okay, sounds good. As you do so, you are going to hear scraping overhead.
We'll look up at the ceiling.
Insight check? Can I... Investigation check?
You can make me a perception roll specifically.
Okay. Perception roll coming right up.
Attempting to perceive what the hell is on the ceiling, if there's something on the ceiling.
15 plus 5 is a dirty 20.
Thank
The,
you,
uh,
dear.
Dirty 20.
The wooden struts that hold up the ceiling beneath here begin to buckle slightly as something that weighs hundreds of pounds moves on the floor above.
Let's move.
Whatever it is, it has long claws.
Yeah, let's move.
Let's get out of here.
Okay. Moving further down the tunnel, you will see that there are 3 cells at the end of this corridor. 2 of them are just iron bars. They are flanking left and right of a central cell that has an iron door with only a single sliding grate placed at foot level for meals. As you approach these side corridors, someone will stand and loom out of the darkness. It's a woman. An elf. Well, you assume the high bone structure. She is no elf from the earlobes up. Someone has cruelly taken a curved blade to them and popped the sharpened tips out, stripping them, curving them into a mockery of what the humans are. The blood is still caked and fresh. Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back.
Shut her up.
Says a gnome that pulls himself to his feet and leans against the bars. Shut her up! From the opposite cave.
The key. Will it work on these?
Claudette, what do you do?
1 sec.
Sure. Also, hello, Raid. Good to see you there. Doing a prison break.
And Leiden's
are
got
they
her
in the
shield
same
up and her mace.
cell or?
So you're going down to the end of this. They are yelling across from each other. It looks like there are about, in each cell, there are 4 people in the gnome cell and 3 people, including the elf, in her cell. Most of them are non-humans, fairly battered. Looks like they've been starved for a while.
Claudette is going to ask, like, what was through here? What was through here? Barry, do you have lock?
Whatever it was.
The gnome says, looking at you.
I'll
looked
get
like
on
a lizard.
opening the gates.
Large.
Your crocodile key, Claudette.
Ivy is once per day.
Oh, per day.
Yes.
Whereas I can pick as many locks as I want to.
Pick it.
What type
Can
of
I-
locks are these, too?
These are fairly potent. They're just regular locks. So they're key locks, padlocks. Well, not
I
padlocks.
think I can smash them.
No. You could smash the bars and try to bend them.
Could I smash it?
We're
could
trying to
try.
be stealthy, folks.
Trying to
You
be quick,
definitely,
too.
you could smash them. This thing might show up. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Can I try some quick lockpick?
Yes, you can.
Cool.
You're going.
All right.
As you start to do that, you're going to hear this from the central door. As someone taps with a fingernail on the backside of the sliding grate.
I'll
It's going
unlock
to
this. You go check that.
Are you unlocking the gnome or the elf first?
The elf.
Okay.
I actually realize I have thieves' tools as well. Can I try the other cage that you're not trying on, Very?
More the merrier. So, I am proficient in that, so that's
gonna
be
go tap back on that middle door.
17. for my
17.
lockpick.
Not quite enough. You're gonna start working on it. Don't forget you have your flash of insight you could use.
Oh, I do. I can add
You always
5
forget that.
to that. I always forget that. So I can add 5 to that. So 17 becomes what? 23?
22.
22.
22.
There is going to be a click, and you're going to pop the lock. Roll me a D10, please.
Okay. Click out a 1. 2 is binding. Little counter rotation on the lock, and I got a 4.
Okay, so that would be blue, green, white, black, red. Okay. Sounds good. Do me a favor. Can I get everybody here to do me a big favor and roll me a d10 and tell me what you get?
Do you want me to roll another one?
Actually, can everybody roll me
you
percentiles?
Oh, sure.
Oh,
Okay.
even better.
Ooh. Once more with feeling.
77?
85.
84.
73.
Oh, so close.
Okay, so pop them in our chat real
35.
quick so that I have a quick reference. And boop,
I'm
boop,
worried that I rolled low. Everyone else rolled like 70 plus, and I rolled 35. This is
Hey, it
not
could be
good.
the opposite. It could be worse.
Yep.
boop. Okay, so we got a 73. 73. Okay, so there were 3 in that one total, and then there is a gnome in that one. Okay, so 73, 35. Damn, really? Okay, cool. Boop. Pardon me just one moment while I figure this out. Boop, boop, boop. That is going to be 35, 85. 85 is... Oh, damn. No kidding. I don't know what the hell they're doing here. That's great. Sorry, I'm just filling out the dungeon, if you all don't mind.
Fair enough.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Ah, okay.
Click out of 1.
Okay, so I said there were 3... I said there were a total of 7 people here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 in one, 3 in the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
And then, of course, there's the one at the end that has just tapped on the door.
okay. Okay. And that will be okay. As you click that open, you're going to see looming in front of you, raising themselves out of the shadows. You said you're opening the elf.
Yeah.
She looks down at you and thank you. 2 individuals with scaly complexions will stand out. One of them is very green. For a moment you mistake them as a dragonborn, but as their tongue licks out and cleans its left eye, which has been actually sheared right out of its socket, it licks the wound. Good. Revenge. Escape, yes. Mate is there. Open cage now. It looks over. The lizard folk looms over you and points into the cage, where another lizard folk, slightly larger than it, looms forward in the cage. Yes, open cage. Cage is not preferred.
And is that the one that Ivy's working on?
That's the one that Ivy is working on. Also standing is... do me a favor. Pick a number between 1 and 3.
2.
Of course you would. Okay.
I mean, you gave me 3 options.
I gave you 3 options. The other one inside of the cell that you opened is a fairly wiry red dragonborn, dressed in hanging robes of someone who might be an acolyte. They loom toward you and... Do you have anything to eat?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
Thank you. Thank you for freeing me. For freeing all of
You're
us.
welcome. We're gonna try.
May the Great Worm smile down upon you and bring you victory.
Do I know who the Great Worm is, Kelly?
I mean, the Great Worm is just a generalized figure that most Draconics worship.
Oh, okay. But like the name isn't like commonly known.
You can make me a religion roll if you want.
I will, just because I want to
Sure.
see if Varied knows how this super weird piece of information. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20, 23.
Okay. The Great Worm, the last Great Worm, was a red dragon known as Garleon. Who was a central figure of a period of time known as the Rage of Dragons. Happened quite some time ago, actually, and was an incredibly pivotal event, almost second to the Sundering. Actually, pardon me, definitely second to the Sundering. The Sundering was far worse, and came only a year or two after the war. Maybe less.
Yes, absolutely.
He will smile down upon you.
Go with Gurleon.
Oh, it's so strange.
Please, take not his name in vain.
I don't take anything in vain.
Leiden, what are you doing?
Leiden would like to activate her Eyes of the Grave to see if any of these are undead or infected.
Sounds good. You see none of them are at the moment, for sure. Ivy, make me your picklock roll.
But then Lean's going to turn back towards the looking around and basically just standing guard.
That is the 20 of the most natural order.
Oh, perfect. So you are going to quickly, you needed a 20 to open it, so that's perfect. You're going to click the lock and quickly open it as the very full cage will open. The gnome will step forward.
Thank you. My name's Norm. I greatly appreciate this. Should you ever make it to Ballyhut, definitely check out my cousin's bar. Free drinks on me.
Is there only one bar?
There's only one good one. It's called it's called Gnome Place. Like home, it's fine. It's a joke.
I guess we're trying to save the city, so yes, my mind's a bit. It's not there for catching humor right now.
The three others in the cell immediately will jerk up. One of them, the badly wounded lizard folk that was leaning against the cage, will go and put its hand on its mate's shoulder. They'll pause for a moment to inspect each other, making sure that neither of them is too weak to go on, and then, therefore in desperate need of being eaten by the other, will nod and go looking for some type of weaponry. Standing delicately, a female centaur rises at the back, very badly beaten, with lash marks exposed along her flanks, some deep enough that you worry that bone may protrude. And then finally, at the very back, a huge figure rears up, an immense appendage hanging down from its face. For in the darkness, for a moment, you might mistake it for something else as it looms over. But then this figure rises up, nearly 9 feet tall, with billowing ears, dressed in old, patchy soldier's clothing from one of the Northlands, from near where, you think probably Okoka, actually, the Savannah lands of the north. Let's see. He leans over. I say, thank you very much. Have you seen my hat? It's a big safari hat. I was here on expedition when they caught me.
I don't believe so.
Well, fear not, tiefling. He reaches up and starts running a finger along this long, sharpened length of ivory protruding from his lower jaw. As he steps into a little bit of the moonlight, you'll see the Loxodon, Elephant Man, in full glory in front of you. Should you need aid, I will not forget. Never.
Thank you.
Horatio Herb Donneville the Fourth. Well met.
Well met.
And we'll step out. And they will start slowly moving around and looking for bodies. Looking through bodies for things to arm themselves with. The last cell will slide its little door open as you are there, Claudette. Who goes there? A familiar voice will whisper.
Like who I'm thinking familiar?
Sure sounds like it.
Maxine?
Claudette? Oh, by the gods, either they jailed you too, or you are in way over your head.
A rescuing mage coming to your noble rescue.
Why are you rescuing me? You could be...
We're crazy.
Because we're going to overthrow Lucia.
Yeah.
Because she's a crazy, evil bitch, apparently.
Just unlock the
I mean,
cell.
we knew she was weird, but...
While this is happening...
I've seen the future, Maxine, and it is not nice. So we are fixing it.
All right, you gonna try your crocodile key?
Yep.
Okay, roll me percentiles.
Okay. 51.
Okay, you are going to try it, and it is going to jiggle. And you know what? I'm going to use one of your something good happens, and it's going to unlock.
Yeah.
The door will open, and there is barely a flash of motion. Not enough time for you to catch your breath before a slightly starved, slightly bearded version of your brother wraps his arms around you. So much so that you have trouble breathing. Are you alright? What are you...
I can't breathe.
Oh, you smell like mother. What's... Whew.
Oh, we saw her not that long ago.
Oh, you've been using her shampoo?
Did I have a shower? I don't remember now.
No, you didn't.
No, we didn't
Oh,
have
you're
time.
looking much
Didn't have
better.
time.
Who are you?
Listen.
I mean, we're the rest of the party.
You're alright? Oh, thank...
Yes, and that one's, Barry, that's Ivy, Telfrin, Dirk.
Hey,
Hi.
Telfrin's the kind of see-through one.
Yeah,
Second.
Telfin's a ghost. But it's fine.
It works.
Leon's gonna look
So,
Maxine up
if
and down
As Doran
to
this
check
way,
if
First
don't
things
worry
first.
about it.
infected.
If Lucia
No, he's not.
marries the prince and is coronated,
Everyone
everything
dies.
ends.
The world,
Pretty much.
to be
die.
specific.
Well, then I think we should... And at that point, the roof is going to collapse. And one moment to
Damn
see
it.
who got lucky here. Oh, the lizard folk didn't get lucky. Sorry, Eba.
No.
Eba's going to get crushed as a creature explodes down as the lizard folk are picking up halberds from the guards. And you're going to see a tremendous
Screw this thing.
12-foot-long lizard with an expanding throat sac and imperial tattoo markings along its side, which are going to glow in the darkness that is going to, as the smoke erupts from the collapsing ceiling, casting this area into shadow and dust. All you will be able to see is a glowing brand in front of you that lists itself as 42. And I'd like an initiative roll, please.
Oh.
All right.
Would Ivy know anything about this one?
42. You can make me an insight roll with disadvantage, because
Insight?
insight, yeah.
Darn, not all of my things to get information about those things are not insight.
Oh, well, you weren't a scientist, right? So this would
No,
be
it's
things that you
true.
picked up through.
It's true. Ooh, insight, that's gonna be a 10. I'm pretty sure nothing.
Okay. You know that the production models past you were using non-human DNA. But you seem to remember that some of the ones in the 40s tended to have weird, more unstable abilities. As in, who knows what this thing can do? Holy crap, you guys rolled really good on your initiative. Okay, so going down,
Except to me.
Ivy, Claudette, Maxine. You're acting on the same initiative technically.
Okay.
Leiden. Very, you are acting on the same initiative as 42.
Okay.
And then down the list, we have the rest of the prisoners. But before that, we have Talfrin. Okay, so one moment, please. Let's close this. Okay, and where is it? I have a specific song for this, and it is called Hybrid Anticipation. There we go. Okay. There's an explosion of motion as this thing bursts down to the corridor. Smoke billows up everywhere, throwing you all into dim light, and basically none of you are going to be able to see unless you have something that allows you to see through obscuring darkness. Top of the initiative, Ivy. So ranged attacks are going to be very difficult here.
Yeah.
Ivy, this creature is 25, 30 feet ahead of you down the corridor.
Okay. So as she's, is this a bonus action? Yes, this is a bonus action. Oh,
Okay, so Ivy, you're up. Then Claudette and Maxine are on deck.
Okay, so Ivy's going to, yeah, as a bonus action, she is going to ignite her blade. The force one that can, the one that's magic. And she's going to, I'll have to roll my d6 to see what I get. Oh, of course I rolled 6 on the heal to hurt myself. Love it when that happens. So she's gonna ignite her blade with a lightning damage, and then she's going to take 2 attacks at this bad boy over
Sounds good. So rushing forward, you're basically going to be blind fighting, so you're going to have disadvantage on these.
Okay. Sounds good. Oh, you kidding me? Oh, that sucks. You're making me lose a nat 20. That is unfortunate.
I mean, y'all have inspiration, so...
Would you allow me to use my inspiration to cancel the disadvantage, even though I rolled already?
Just take the other dice as your other attack. Because you get 2 attacks, right?
Yeah, I rolled the 2, though. I rolled 4 dice, is what I did. I rolled 4 20s. Yes.
Well, blaze it.
It's... What? Oh, ha. Ha. Ha.
Yeah, if you spend
so
your
yeah.
inspiration, I'll let you keep it.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Then the other one probably... Well, we'll see if it misses. So that's a crit.
Okay.
That's fantastic.
All right.
And then it's a 15 to hit for the one
That's a hit. Roll me damage.
Oh, sweet. Sweet. Okay, so then that's 2d6 for the light. Do you need the damage separate?
I do not. Give it all to me.
All to you. Okay. Okay. So many dice. That's a... That's not terrible. 32 points of damage from
32?
both of those. Yes.
Perfect. All right. Your lightning blade is going to crackle and slash, biting deep into the side of this thing's chest. Green and red blood in 2 different circulatory systems is going to spray out onto you. And that is a reaction. Let me see if this hits you. Yes, it does. Are you immune to acid damage?
Not acid.
All right. That is a crit then, as it deliberately contracts its blood vessels and sprays acidic blood in your face.
Ouchies.
Is it a crit?
It is a crit.
She's within 30 feet of me.
She is. Would you like to uncrit that?
I would like to uncrit it.
Okay, so in that case, you are going to take 10 points of acid damage rather than 22.
Oof, ouchies.
The blood is going to spray on your chest, sizzling through some of the meat there. And now it is the... do you have anything else you're doing with your round?
myself. No, that was my bonus action. And,
Okay. And just to give you so basically this thing crashed through the floor, so you're in darkness already, which was like dim light darkness. But the reason that you're getting disadvantage, just so you know, is that you have so much dust in the air this round. From it's a burrowing predator.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Claudette, it is your and Maxine's turn. What would you do?
Okay. So, can I see this glowing number from it?
You can see the glowing number, and you can see Ivy's lightning blade.
Okay. And so it would be disadvantage on...
It's disadvantage on
range.
all attacks this round, unless you have, like, blind sense.
Okay. Well, I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb at it.
Okay.
And since this looked like a lizard-type creature when we first saw it,
okay,
I'm going to use Cold.
Okay.
That's my option, and I'm going to upcast it at a 2nd level.
Sounds good.
Alright, D20s, don't fail me now. Oh, and bonus action, trigger Blade Song.
Sounds good.
Oh, fuck yes, they did not fail me. Okay, well, I lose the nat 20, but I get a 19.
That is going to be an absolute hit. Roll me damage, please.
Nice.
There we go. And he pulls out the 9th monster manual. There we go. That's the right stats.
27 points of cold damage.
Oh, damn. That's a really good hit. All right. Your swirling ball of cold strafes around and slams into the side of the creature, who howls in the darkness. Maxine takes the opportunity and rushes ahead, still unsteady on his feet. He will rush forward and grab the sword, the short sword of a guard that lies dead midway down the hallway, and will jump to attack next to Ivy. Let's roll with disadvantage and see what we get. Okay, that is an 8 plus 9 to hit. That's a hit. It would have been a nat 20 as well. Balls. Oh wait, he gets 2 attacks per round. What am I doing?
We had 3 nat 20s this round that got almost canceled out.
Right. Okay, so that's 1 hit. Oh wait,
I'm so sad that mine didn't get it.
Okay. Could be better, could be worse. Maxine is going to rush forward, raising his sword, and is going to attack 3 times because he is that level. That is going to be 6 points. I rolled really low on damage, so don't hold this against him. That is only going to be 5, 10, 24, 30 points of damage. As he starts,
still pretty good.
He only hit twice.
Only.
But starts laying into the side of this guy with this short sword. You know what? It's a long sword. We're gonna say it's a long sword because that makes more sense. Why would they have short swords?
Fair.
The Loxodon, or sorry, that's Leodon, not Loxodon. So Leodon, it's your turn.
Okay. So we have disadvantage against this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I would like to use my bonus action to cast Holy Weapon onto my mace, which then will erupt in a bright 30-foot radius of bright light, and then I will attempt to move forward and swing at it. Okay. We're gonna see this. So swinging with disadvantage.
All right, do it.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's awful. That is 13.
13 to hit?
Yeah.
Well, you have a D next to your name. What's that do?
That's my determination.
Oh, do you want to
spend that?
Oh, look,
yeah, it's gonna be, what was that, 17, I think?
A 17's a hit. Wow.
Wow. Okay, let me just double check this one real quickly, because this is a spell I'm not used to. Because I just got it.
Okay, and you rolled a disadvantage, right?
I did, yes. They were both 5s.
Okay.
I was just like, great. Good job, dice. It was 2d8. Do I also roll the thing? My apologies. So say, in addition to weapon attacks, made to deal extra 2d8 radiant damage. So yeah, that was bonus action, and she's gonna And then she swung, and then I'll roll the D8. So it's magical, and...
Perfect.
What else does this do? Okay, that's another effect. Cool. It's 9 plus 6, so 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 damage. 9 of which is radiant.
Beautiful. All right. So what does that look like? You're using.
So it's basically she holds her mace. So she's got her shield up in one arm, her mace in the other. She's gonna put her hand out, and the mace is going to explode with this bright light. And then she's just going to move forward, and she's just going to just smash at whatever is the closest thing she can reach.
All right, so you are going to be able to rush forward and slam into it. This thing is very badly wounded as you collide with it. Part of its jaw rips off, and it expands its throat sac, and it is its turn now.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Did we say that this mace, did we say that the last initiative order was set, or did we waive that?
You are not last in initiative.
Okay, so we didn't waive that. I just couldn't remember what we decided. Okay.
All right, so it is its turn. So it's going to use its bite attacks first. Ivy's the flashiest. Ooh, you know what? You're flashy too. So it's going to use. It's going to claw Ivy. And because Ivy cannot see, that is going to be a nat 20.
Thanks.
Because it has tremor sense. 3, 2, nobody's canceling that.
I think because I used my reaction for the last one, I don't think I can.
It's your turn
again.
again.
Oh wait, no, because I just acted.
Yeah.
You're right. Shit. Then I will cancel the crit.
Sounds good. In that case, you are going to take some damage too, and so will Ivy, but neither will be crits. Ivy, that is probably for the best because you are taking 2d12 piercing damage.
Ooh, ouch.
So that is pretty good. You're going to take 5, 9, 12 points of piercing damage as it bites into your thigh. And same thing with you, my friend Leiden. Oh my god, these rolls are ridiculous.
I need to be raging to help out.
You are going to take 2, 4, 8 points of slashing damage as it kicks out with its back foot, scratching you across the side, just digging under your armor. As it does that, it is going to. I need you to do me a favor. It hit you with its claws, Leiden. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, 1 second. And I think I need to make a concentration check for that. I'm going to spend my inspiration. 1 sec.
Okay.
So for the Constitution save, it's going to be an 18.
Okay, that will succeed.
And then concentration for my my holy weapon.
Sounds good.
I pass, yay.
Okay,
Easy.
you are going, as it kicks out, you're going to see just a flash in the light of your magic weapon that its claws are dripping with green ichor that comes from a little, what's the word? I guess a gland underneath its toes that starts pumping this ichor out. You will feel the burn of a sting, but will be able to overcome its effects. And then, oh shit, this is going to be really rough in this light, but it's going to try anyway. Everybody in this tunnel within 15 feet of it makes me a wisdom save with advantage. So that's basically all 3 of you that are fighting will make a wisdom save with advantage as prismatic glow begins to haze in the air around it. However, because your vision is obscured, oh my god, Maxine rolled a 1 and a 19. That's so good.
Wow.
I rolled a 4 and a natural 20, so...
Okay, that's good.
Here, yes.
And Leiden, what'd you get?
24.
Cool. So its hypnotic display does not work on any of you. All right. Now, that was 42's turn. Very, it is your turn. What do you do?
All right. There's a lot of debris around here. That sounds good to me. Can I use my inspiration to impose disadvantage on your saving throw?
You cannot.
I cannot. Oh, I
did we decide to do that? Actually, hold on. Let me check our house rules.
I can't remember. I seem to remember that we've done it.
Something we can do
I
with like
remember
lucky, the lucky feat.
Inspiration
But I don't
can
know.
be spent on a player or allied NPC.
Yeah, usually we're just like, yeah, I'll help you, bruh. Or I need a little bit more
Nope,
help.
you can. Nope. That's. I think we used that in earlier seasons of shows, but we haven't done that recently.
I think that's what it was. It's just, I remember it happening before, but I couldn't remember the last time I did.
When it has happened once or twice since, but that was like specific powers that granted that ability.
Yeah.
Versus
okay,
inspiration.
cool.
Yeah.
So I just posted the house rules to the chat, so you can check. And if you want, you can skim all the way to the bottom for some new house rules that I'm making for races.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Awesome. Would you be able to make me a dex save, please, Kelly?
No, I don't think I will.
Oh, cool, because
wow.
I am casting Catapult on you at not fifth level.
I was like, yeah, bring it, bitch! Waste your catapult on me!
I'm gonna cast it at third.
Okay.
Because I just want this thing to be not alive anymore.
That sounds
and
good.
so I'm going to hit you with 1, 2. That's a D10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 D8. And,
Holy shit.
Alright, so we got 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 25, 29 points of bludgeoning damage. How
do you want to do this?
So basically what happens is, so when she uses her catapult, she has a little thing that pops out of her bracer. It uses magnets to accelerate things really fast.
How do they work?
How did they work?
How it works is it basically it creates a charge in basically what looks like a little taser, and that uses electricity. Basically, it uses lightning to pick something up and launch it.
Nice. So you have a certain scientific railgun.
She has a certain scientific railgun.
Certain Magitech railgun.
Which, in my defense, I did this for the first time before I had seen that show.
That's fair. I'll allow
it. So the way this is gonna look is she's gonna pop that out, find a 15-pound piece of rubble, because she can do up to 15 pounds with this thing.
Might as well.
It's going to levitate and just she's gonna aim and just boom, and this hunk of rock is going to go down this thing's throat sac and back out its neck.
Oh yeah, it's gonna pop like a. Just like an overripe zit as you go through it, and it's going to and deflate to the ground.
Well, that was easy.
God, that felt good.
Let's go.
That was easy?
That was easy.
Try getting clawed by it. Ow.
Are you alright? She's fine, Dork says, and is going to walk up to you.
What?
I mean, are you alright?
I mean, if I had
No,
to
it's
put I took quite a lot of damage.
Right. Let's
Second,
stop
let
griping
me-
between ourselves and let's go.
Just Leden's gonna
you can
put a
go.
hand on Ivy to heal her. How beat up does she look?
If I look
Right.
beat up, let's say I'm 70% out of 100%.
Okay.
Do you have exactly
so,
100 HP?
I have exactly 100 HP.
Let's do Cure Wounds upcast at like let's do 3rd level. Just
Fucking Dirk,
one
what did I
sec.
do to Dirk? Fucking savage.
No. He
No,
wants to be the
sexy
one that
Maxine
you...
was like swooping in to like be like, hey.
I thought you said
Max-
Dirk
the one
said
that's-
that.
Yeah, no, Dirk said she's
helping,
fine.
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
He got
did, 'cause
jealous.
Maxine was like all like, Maxine looks like one of the Skarsgård brothers. So like
Yeah.
the good
I
looking
thought,
one.
Okay, I thought Dirk was being like,
That's
she's
a
fine to like Ivy to like walk it off. I was gonna be like,
No.
what
No,
the fuck's
no.
Dirk?
It's a terrible roll, but okay, that's
It's okay, it's okay.
3rd level
Which-
is it? So is 14 plus 5 is 19. I'm
Hey,
sorry, that
that's
was a
still
terrible roll.
something. It's still something. I feel about 90% out of 100. So
I need to know something very important from Christine right now.
Yes.
So Does he look like does your brother look more like a Hemsworth or a Skarsgård?
Hemsworth.
Which
This is an attractive family.
The Skarsgård are pretty attractive. At least one of them is.
Yeah, I feel like Hemsworth is maybe a step above.
Who the hell is that? That looks like a... Okay. I'm gonna stop looking at Hemsworth photos. Or am I?
Well, yeah, anyway, she'll pat Leiden, or Ivy on the shoulder, and then Leiden's gonna start walking out the door towards... And then we'll pause and go, wait, where are we going?
Sorry, what about up there? Dirk will say and point through the hole this thing just burrowed into the main floor.
We could ultimately also go find the armory like we did last time. There might be some goodies in there.
I don't think we have time to go looting.
Let's...
And there's,
How do we go up there?
2 whole armies up there already.
Grappling hook?
I'm just saying, it worked last time.
Let's climb.
That's all. So...
I can't float.
I think we are better off if we manage to sneak by the armies instead of engaging them head on.
Sounds good, let's do it.
Alright. So, can I get an athletics check to climb up the hole?
I'm gonna fly up the hole with my wings.
Oh, you have...
Yeah, okay. It's pretty tight, though.
I do like a shoot, like I just like I hover a couple times, then just like whoosh.
Give me an
So
athletics
like
check to do it. I want to make sure you aim yourself, but yeah.
I got a 19.
Can I do this acrobatically?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. Excellent.
I think Leiden's gonna need some help because she's gonna do a whole an 11 is her first attempt.
You know what? Maxine will offer the help action because he has a 29.
Okay. Well,
Claudette's gonna do it with a 23.
Okay.
I will accept assistance from the big bro.
Are you okay? Come on. Come on.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know how this body works.
You can just literally just float up. You're fine.
Can I actually?
Yeah,
oh,
you have.
Hell yeah.
You have. I believe the rules I sent you. You have a
I don't
basic
have a
fly
float.
speed.
No, I don't have a fly speed.
Oh, you don't?
I have a hover. I'm hover. 1 meter
cool.
above the ground. I specifically cannot fly.
Oh, it does say specifically, doesn't it?
It specifically says I can't
I
fly.
mean, couldn't you just hover up the rubble?
Not really.
You can make me a climb check. Make me athletics.
I did. 21.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
You hover up like a.
6.
All right. As you head up, can I get a perception roll off of everyone?
Hover goat.
I could try.
21.
21.
Oh, I got a 19 on the dice.
Big nope for that one. That's
a perception?
19.
That's a 22.
8.
Okay. Those of you who got more than an 18 are going to hear a strange sound up above. A low, growling melody echoes through the chamber above you. You head up inside of what is a tremendous dining hall. The table in the center of the room is a good 70, 80 feet long, or at least it was before the rubble from above the chandelier collapsed in on it. There are dead nobles lying everywhere, and you will hear a low humming noise as on the edge of one of the seats ahead of you, a tremendous being, looking actually not dissimilar from Ivy, with long skeletal wings dripping with black feathers, leans over. Its face is the only white thing on its feature, looking almost kind of like a macaque in that way, just the way that its face kind of juts out almost skull-like from the rest of its plumage. It distends its jaw, lifting up a noble head, and cracks into it like a walnut. A forked tongue reaches into the skull and begins slurping out the meats. This beautiful song is kind of bellowing out of the side of this thing's throat, like a fish's gills. And on the base of its neck, you will see emblazoned the number 35. When I was a young girl, tomorrow I wished for For when I was a young girl, all I wanted was more. Oh, my love, you've left me. Oh, my love, you've gone. Oh, my love, I will see you again before the dawn. It continues to sing in front of you. You don't think that it has noticed you quite yet. You might be able to sneak out the backside of this room. Or you could try to sneak up on it. What would you like to do? Who's the first person out of the hole? Probably Ivy is up in the air. What'd you get on your stealth roll, Ivy?
Stealth roll.
Yeah.
Oof, a long last while ago.
Oh, pardon me. So when you floated up, so you're right in the middle of the room. So you shot right up. So let me just make a... Okay, so it intones that song and then looks over its shoulder at you as you float up. And I need you to make me a wisdom save.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Flat dice. Oh. I'm gonna spend my determination. I don't think it's gonna be great, but it's gonna bring it up to a 15.
Okay. Bring it up to a 15. You sure you want to spend your determination? Yep.
Are you sure I want to spend it? Yes.
I think it did. Okay, sounds great. One moment, please. Cool. As you shoot up, it is going to turn, and as it intones that last note, it's going to raise its voice from a sharp screeching pitch, and this sonic wave is going to burst out at it. You're going to take 10 points of psychic damage.
Ouch.
And are frightened. And as this is occurring, it's going to echo down the hole. I need everyone to make me a wisdom save.
Oh no!
Dirk. Dirk will succeed. Maxine will. It's my wisdom.
Hey, I have bad news. Sorry, what's the wisdom save? It's
Oh my god,
okay.
17.
Save.
Okay.
I have a
pass.
-1.
I'm gonna
26.
spend my determination that I was just given to make it a 15.
18.
Okay. 18. Leiden, you will climb out of the hole and find yourself paralyzed with fear as well. You're going to take some psychic damage. You are going to take 5 points of psychic damage, and Maxine is going to take 9 points of psychic damage as this voice echoes through, ripping through your subconscious, filling you with fear. You may not approach this creature. And Ivy got some determination. All right, so this creature is going to rear up and hiss at you as you all climb out of the hole, feeling this, and I am going to say, let's roll initiative. Okay, Maxine.
Sounds
Dirk.
good to me.
Ooh, hey, this thing has high initiative. Ooh, okay.
Oh, no, Leiden.
Oh,
Leiden, your mace is going to work at least.
Something better than before.
At least it wasn't a 1.
Ayo.
Okay, so then we've got Boop Very, and then Claudette. And then we have Maxine and nope, it's gonna be Caitlin there as Tal, and then it's going to be okay, Dirk, Maxine, and then Leodin. All right, Very, you are up with the harpy on deck.
All right. So, is there any? I guess there's cover around here because there's shattered tables.
There is plenty of cover around. You've got waist-high walls as far as you can see.
All right. So she's gonna run up to get behind some cover, and then she's gonna use her action to create an Eldritch Cannon.
Okay.
And that's gonna be a forced ballista cannon.
Okay.
And then she's going to use her bonus action and this thing's well within 120 feet from us, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's about 60 feet away from you right now.
Okay, so she's going to use her bonus action to make an attack on it. It's a ranged spell attack. So let me just go ahead and make this. That is going to be a base 19 on the roll.
Okay, that will be a hit.
Okay, cool. Then you are going to take 2d8 worth of bludgeoning damage. So not the best damage, but 7 and a 6, 7. That's going to be 13 points of damage. And I don't think I add anything to that, but you are also pushed 5 feet further away from the cannon.
Okay, so the cannon, how much damage was that total?
That was 13, 7 and 6 is, yeah, 13.
Sounds good. All right, the cannon's going to slam into this thing. It is going to screech and rise off of the ground and is going to... and is going to launch itself directly at you. Now this was this a magic spell?
Yeah, it's a ranged spell attack.
Sounds good. All right, so that does not matter for this. It is going to launch itself at you, and is going to use its multi-attack. Okay, and... Okay, that is definitely 2 hits. And my bite! Let's see if my bite works. Oh, okay, so looking at this, I have a 17, a 17, and an 18.
They all hit.
Okay, it is going to rush past you and is going to... Oh, this thing could be bigger. One moment. Okay, 5.
Which is funny, because if you'd attack the cannon, only one of them would hit.
6, 9, 6, 5.
Nice.
And... What's nice?
Oh, you said 6, then 9. And
I did, yeah.
Mature.
That's very mature, very mature. Okay, so this is going to be 12, 24. Okay, so gotta remember to add that. I'll just round up to that. That sounds fine. Waka waka. This thing is going to fly past you, moving at untold speeds. It is going to pull up to you, rend you with a pair of its strong claws at the base of its feet, raking across your sides, and is going to bite into the side of your throat, tearing away a chunk for a grand total of 39 points of damage. And then it is going to use the remainder of its movement to shoot up into the air out of range of all of you.
Oh yeah, I guess cover wouldn't really do anything against something that literally just flies and attacks you, would it?
It will be able to locate around you, right? So it's for range attacks, it would do great.
It doesn't care.
Yep, and it is immune to opportunity attacks while it's flying, so...
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?
Most flying things are, actually. That's how they manage to survive. So it is going to screech and go up. It's pretty badly damaged, but it's going to swallow some of your blood, and let's see if that does anything for me. Hey! I got 4 hit points back. That's something.
Hey, that's not nice. Give that back.
All right. Claudette, it is your turn. What would you do?
How far away is it from me?
Right now, it is 30 feet in the air above you and 10 feet to your right.
Fucker. All right, I'm going to move over 10 feet, so it's only 30 feet away from me.
It's diagonal. It doesn't even count.
Doesn't count? Sweet. Okay, I'm pissed. I'm going to cast Witch Bolt at it, and I'm upcasting that fucker at 4th level.
Okay, sounds good. And I just realized that I need to edit this frame.
All right, well, I rolled a 19, so I think that probably hits.
All right, that will hit.
All right. Oh, that's almost max. Nice. $44 lightning damage.
Holy shit.
I said I upcast it. 4th level.
I know, but holy shit.
4d12.
Well, how do you want to?
Claudette, she's like, I've had enough of this. And casts like this crackling bolt of lightning from her hands that connects her to the creature and just fries it.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah, that is going to just completely discombobulate it as you just like the smell of like vulture flesh is going to be paramount inside of here.
Yuck. That was a good That was a good hit. That was cool.
No, I'm just like, I'm spending a 4th level. I'm just getting it done.
I'm so done with this.
Okay,
Just no, we're moving on.
Just give me 1 sec, folks, to just adjust something.
Poor Talfrin's just like, I want to hit something.
I want to ghost attack.
Oh.
I just want to rage.
There we go.
You're so dead and so angry.
Unfortunately, I don't have fly, so I can't even let you fly.
I see. I could have flied,
Angry.
but I was frightened. So even if it got to my turn, I couldn't fly up.
When you're more sad than angry.
All right.
Can we pick up Talfrin and yeet Talfrin in the air?
So
Yeet the
as
ghost.
that happens, as you drop it to the ground, it is going to shudder and die as the lightning strafes through it, and as it does, it's going to have a dissonant song that echoes around it. As it does, 1 moment, please. Cool. I'm using my Hurt the More to activate its final ability. As it's... Yes, I got a net 20 on this whole year for the first... Sorry, what? I'll be right back. I did not expect to use this, so I need to grab something off the shelf.
Hey, Leader, want to cancel that? Want to
I
cancel
don't know
that
if I
crit?
can if it's not a specific targeted action.
Also,
It is
if
not.
I'm not raging, I can decrease the amount of damage.
Where is it? Where is that book?
I'm so angry. I
I'm so angry that you can't
Alright.
be angry.
but I was
Tonight's
out of
adventure
focus
is
for a
brought
hot
to you
minute.
by Ultimate Bestiary, the Dread Accursed.
I'm concerned.
That sounds great.
So, let's see. That means that there is going to be a horrible noise, and the broken bodies around the table are going to suddenly start twitching and lurch, which means 7 bodies are going to raise from the ground, groaning and moaning.
Yikes.
And guess what, folks? We got undead.
Woo!
7 of these nobles are going to rise
Actual
up
undead.
and begin.
How many of them does Claudette recognize?
Claudette, make
Yeah,
me.
no kidding.
Can I get Claudette and Leiden to make me a
History?
history roll? Yeah, it's kind of under history.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You will recognize
13.
a few of them actually, as one of them is a friend of your parents up ahead. A friend of your parents known as Sabasius Lee. She was a very, very lovely woman who liked to do charity for the unfortunate of Duchesne, a lesser noble, and now she is a groaning, shrieking woman that rises from the ground, and you see her eyes streaked with black veins and this webbing of black veins that erupts from the side of her mouth, as the gnawing and biting of this thing that was made with some of Ivy's mom's blood looks like she's passing it on. And good job, Claudette, though. You took out the big one. Talfrin, there are 7 zombie-like creatures in front of you. What do you do?
I'm gonna rage.
I think it's probably for the best. All right,
Yeah.
so with your rage, what happens?
Spectral warriors appear. While I'm raging, the first creature I hit with my attack on my turn becomes the target of the warriors, which hinder its attacks, so it has disadvantage to attacking anybody but myself. So
Perfect.
that's unfortunate that they're the little guys, but that's okay, because I'm gonna pick out whoever looks the hardiest.
Okay. That is going to be the big guy in front of you, a real bear-like man. Go ahead and make me an attack against him.
Heck yeah! Let's go! First one is an 19 on the die.
That is going to be a hit.
Heck yeah! And, okay, well, maybe I'll do my damage.
Go ahead, do me
I'll do my
damage.
damage first.
How many
Hold
hits
on,
did you make?
I'm actually using dice this time.
Ooh, I'm so proud of you.
Oh, my first one is, hold on a hot minute. Is this my magic greatsword?
Yes, this is.
Yes, that is, 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. Don't forget to add your pluses.
Yeah. I didn't say that I was great weapon mastering it.
I heard you say it.
So, that would be 22 points of damage.
Okay. 22 points of damage. You're going to rush forward, and this thing takes the hit in the shoulder and is going to like rock with your blow and look up at you. It is still up.
I am angry. I'm going to hit it again.
Okay, go ahead.
With great weapon master. Oh yeah. 23.
That is going to be a hit.
Yes. Try it again. No. That is gonna be only 19.
19. This thing is, you're going to cleave right through part of it, and it's going to still be hanging on, reaching for your face. These things are hardy as fuck. You definitely dropped it to it is very badly wounded. Over your shoulder, you're going to hear, Tal, duck or something! And Dirk's going to fire his crossbow twice, trying not to hit you.
Okay, fair.
That's a 2 and a 28. Well, that 28's going to hit. Hey, guess what?
Talk about min-max.
All
yeah,
right.
no kidding.
Dirk, you're 10th level, so that means... Cool.
I still don't have any bonus actions, so that's okay. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, thank you. He rolled almost as bad as he could roll, which is really frustrating.
That's okay.
3.
We love him anyways.
5.
Exactly.
10. That's only 17 points of damage.
Only though. It's all good. It's
Well,
all
he
good,
has
bro.
46 that he adds because you're within 5 feet. Snack attack.
Gotcha. Oh, hell yeah.
He's gonna fire a bolt directly into this face.
Rogue.
Yeah, he does it from behind. You know that.
Yeah, he's
That's
got
true.
some good bonuses when we're together.
He tried to be a frontline fighter, but he's much better at a knife fight. He's gonna fire his bow, and it's going to crank this thing in the side of the face. Actually, you know what? It is going to drop it to 0 hit points. But hold on one sec. This thing in front of you, clash into it twice. Slash. Oh, those books are broken now. One sec. Ugh, so many books on the floor. This is the problem.
Let the bookies hit the floor.
Let the bookies hit the floor.
Okay, so there's those stats, and there's those stats. Oh, so many stats. Okay. There is a cacophony of basically butchery noises as you slash in and slash down into this thing. A crossbow bolt goes over your shoulder, punching this thing right between the eyes and out the back of its skull, and it's going to fall backwards onto the desk, or probably not desk, onto the table behind it, dead. And is going to lift up again, still alive.
So, question for you, Kelly.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, let me just find the wording again. So my reaction is the puppet. It says when a creature drops to 0 HP, I can make it make an attack.
So is this a reaction?
Yes, it's a reaction.
Okay, before it makes its I'll say that you can do that before it makes its con save to zombify back up.
Yeah, cool. I would like for it to hit the next. I would like it to make an attack at one of the zombies right beside it, please.
Okay. The other zombie is still prone because it has not got up yet, which means that is a 24 to hit it.
Cool.
Oh god, these things are amazing. Please get hit by it. That is going to be 13 points of damage to zombie number 2.
Nice.
Then it is going to lurch back up as you take control of it. All right, Maxine is going to take a breath. The harpy is dead, which means I'm not afraid of it anymore. And so he is going to rush into the fray, sword swinging. He is going to lunge at the one that is still getting up off the ground. And that is going to be 1 hit. And that's going to be 3 hits. Because of advantage. 1, 2, 3. And that's 1 really bad roll and 2 really good rolls. So that's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20... it's going to be 35 points of damage unless my math fails me. Nope, 35 points of damage. As he rushes forward and just starts hacking the shit out of the one on the floor as best he can. This thing is still crawling, though. That's not how math works, Kelly. That's a 1 turns into a 6 when you subtract that much. All right, he just rushes forward next to you, Talfrin, hacking into the one that's crawling on the ground. And it is Ivy, your turn. What do you do?
Perfect. So they're kind of all in a clump, I guess. So I think,
yeah, they're pretty close to each other. Yeah.
So the one that got knocked down that I kind of brought him back up. So I'm gonna do 2 attacks against the least hurt one, then do my bonus action 2 weapon fighting with just the 1 HP one to just try and do the least damage. Like, so I'll use the 2 Crimson Right blades will be on the zombie that's beside him that looks a little bit less damage. I can't speak right now. I am sorry. All right.
All right, go ahead. Let's do it.
Cool. All right. Okay, so we'll see. So for the 2 hits that are the not bonus action, second one, it's the lowest one was a 21.
Okay.
And then for the bonus action, the one is a 16 to hit.
Those are all going to be hits.
Oh, okay, cool.
Cool.
Each all damage. Oh, that's really nice. Do you need it to meet up between the magic or non-magic?
No, but how many of these are attacking the 1 hit point?
1, just the bonus action.
Okay, so
like offhand one.
So yes. So I don't need the magic separate. I just need that one separate.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I was separating that. So for the zombie that I am hitting with the 2 attacks on, that is going to be 20.
Separate those 2 attacks if you don't mind, actually.
Okay, cool.
So tell me the first one first.
All right, so the first one, you mean
the first hit you lay on it.
Okay, the first hit I lay on it is going to be, I can do math, 16 points.
Okay, cool, sounds good. 1 moment, please. Got to do a save as you cleave into it. And oh, by the way, this thing is still getting off the ground. Did you roll with advantage on all of your attacks?
I did not.
Okay, so you're the 2 against the one that are rising up the floor that that Maxine is attacking. You will get advantage on those, but not against the one that is fighting Talvrin.
Oh fuck, 1 crit.
Okay, so go ahead and roll the crit for the first damage.
Okay.
Okay. If you roll more than 3 points of damage, it dies.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because I succeeded on DC 19 to remain alive. So if you do more than 19 points of damage to me...
Yeah, that was an additional 7 points of damage.
All right, so roll damage on your second attack.
Okay. All right. 17.
17. Okay, let me roll for number 2. Okay, you are going to lash out and I guess with your second attack and strike the one with 1 hit point. You are going to cleave it and it is going to fall down only to rise back up again. Your bonus action attack, what would you like to do?
Stab that one.
So all right, stab it again. All right, go ahead.
So I already rolled that one. That was a 16 to hit.
It will hit. Roll me damage.
Yeah. Okay, that one I rolled a 7.
Total damage?
I can't, cause sorry, I haven't done 2 weapon fighting in a while. 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. All right, so this one is the one that Talfrin has been working on. You've stabbed it once and it rose up, climbing, grabbing the side of your sword, pulling itself up along the blade as its fingers fall off from the sharpness of your sword as it grabs tightly. Like it is literally losing fingers. It is grabbing your sword so tight. But it doesn't seem to care. It reaches up, its mouth dripping with black, and how do you finish it?
So if it's climbing up the sword, the one can take the other one and then just like stick it in the same hole and then just use both hands to kind of just like rip it open.
Just kind of kick off? Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. Then with that, Leiden, it's your turn. What do you do?
Leiden would like to step forward so that she makes sure they're all the undead are within 30 feet of her. Each undead that can see or hear her within 30 feet. She will raise her, I believe it's her shield that has the symbol of the orphan.
Hear?
See or hear.
Okay.
So,
hopefully not Talfrin.
I'm just like,
I can't control that. I'm just hoping.
Talfrin is of a higher CR.
So it won't destroy,
thank God.
but yeah. So each undead that can see or hear within 30 feet of me must make a wisdom saving throw of, I believe it's save 17 target. If it fails, it is turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage, or if it's CR 1 or lower, it is destroyed.
Do I have to roll?
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
All right.
You also have inspiration still, Tal.
If you're turned, you will just
use
can't. You just can't move into 30 feet space from me. So it's not
Okay.
or take any
that's
actions.
Fine, that's fine.
All right, Amy, I'm going to give you an offer on the
Where's
table.
the other one?
Oh,
I'm going to let you round this up.
how do you mean?
I'm going to let you use your Destroy Undead at, let's see, how does this level up for you?
It's at level 11, I believe. It goes up to CR 2.
All right, I'll let you cast this at level 11 if you give me the offer.
Sure, yeah. Or CR 3 is at level 14. So I mean,
No, but you don't need that.
Don't need that. Okay.
All right, so 2 of them are going to succeed their save out of the remaining 5. Talfrin, what'd you get?
15?
That is insufficient. I'm sorry.
Did you spend your determination?
No.
Did you?
I will. If
Oh, there
I
it
can.
goes. Look, you're
Yes.
fine.
Hello.
You're fine.
Hello. 18.
All right.
It's not more than 18.
So that was my action. Can I do a bonus action here?
Yes, you may. All right. So as you raise your symbol of the orphan, they are 3 of them are just going to collapse back to corpses.
Yeah.
2 of them will remain.
Oh no, those are concentration. I don't think I have anything useful I can do with the bonus action, so never mind.
Okay. All right. So one of them is going to. You are nearby. It succeeded its save, so it is going to rush up and attack you.
Me? Okay.
Yep. So it is going to make a slam attack against you. That is going to be an 18 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, you are going to take some bludgeoning damage, all of 3 points. You are grappled. However,
Okay. I succeed my save on my weapon.
Nice.
Spell.
Because you are grappled, it is going to make a bite attack against you. Does a 16 hit?
No.
Okay, because of your shield, right? Okay, it is going to try to bite out at your throat, its maw dripping with the Black Star venom, and is going to bite into the side of your shield, losing several teeth into the wood as it tries to gnaw through. The other one is going to lurch forward and is going to attack at, let's see, Talfrin is a 1, Maxine is a 2, and the people in the hole are 3 and 4.
Oh.
Okay, is going to attack at Maxine, doing...
No!
That is definitely going to be a hit because Maxine has no armor on right now. Maxine is going to be bludgeoned for, let's see, boop. That's going to be 6 points of bludgeoning damage and is going to be grappled. It is going to make a bite attack, which is going to be a hit. That is 2d6 piercing damage, meaning an additional 13. Bringing the total up to, okay, and now Maxine has to make a con save. Now here's the question, folks. I need to ask you: when something banks off of the coin and turns to a fail because it hit the offer that Leiden just made,
Oh.
That
Are you
seems
using the offer
I think
to
that
force
counts. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that counts as the offer.
I think that counts as the offer. The
feel
offer has
like
fucked it up.
Does the offer because it existed?
Well, I re-rolled and he got a nat 1.
Hmm.
So I re-rolled instead of taking the offer dice. Oop. Okay.
Okay, that's fair then. That's fair then.
That's legit. I was like, nah, I won't use the offer. I'll
that's
use
fair
that.
then. That's fair then.
Okay, so Black Star Plague Bite is going to deal him. That is going to be, holy shit. Yeah, he's going to go unconscious. That's going to be an additional 21 points of necrotic damage.
Ow.
And he is going to stab into the one on the ground. One of them is going to lurch up and bite him on the bicep, and you are going to see the Black Star venom drip down his arm as the veins of his arm begin to turn black. And he's going to pass out because he did not have all of his hit points at the beginning of this fight. We are now at the top of the initiative with Very. Very, you're up. Then Claudette is on deck.
All right, so I'm gonna shoot at the closest one of these zombies.
Sounds good.
She's gonna make a shot with the shooting star, and then she's also going to use her bonus action to make an attack with the Eldritch Cannon as well on the same one.
Okay, Eldritch Cannon is a bonus action, right?
Eldritch Cannon is a bonus action.
Okay.
Alright, so blue dice is Eldritch Cannon.
Okay.
And that's going to be... Ooh, that's an 18 on the cannon. And that's going to be a 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 on the pistol as well.
Okay, those are 2 hits. Roll me damage.
Fantastic. So we have 1d10, and the cannon was right here. That was 2d8.
And while you're calculating that real quick, I also want to remind Ivy that Maxine went down to 0 hit points if you want to take control of his body.
Ooh.
Oh, I only get 3 of these though.
Okay. Well, I just thought I'd let you know. Think about it until the end of Vary's turn.
11, 12,
No, I think I'll pass.
13.
I have 3 blood rights until the long rest, so I think I'm gonna save some of them for my mother.
All right. So that is. Do you want the piercing and bludgeoning separate?
Yes. Actually, no,
All right.
I don't care at all. Give them, since these guys have not been harmed yet, give me all together, please.
That's going to be a combination of 23 points of damage, and you pushed 5 feet back.
Okay, so that's going to push one of them into the table. I'm going to make an acrobatics check to see if it can remain upright. It is going to go prone, actually.
Nice.
Okay, so that one is going to be blasted and knocked prone, which is going to be good news. And so that was your entire action, right?
That was my and I am going to return to cover as well.
Sounds good. All right, ducking back into cover. It is Claudette's turn, and then Talfrin is on deck.
Okay. How many are left?
There are 2 left. One of them is biting into your brother, riding him to the ground, and just got shot twice in the back by Very, which catapulted this thing up against the table, kind of throwing it on its back.
Okay.
Your brother is down on the ground, bleeding profusely from a Black Star wound.
Alright, I'm not thrilled about that. So there's 2 of them. Do they both look relatively damaged, or really up still?
Though that one looks quite damaged, the other one is grappling Leiden and trying to bite her.
Okay. I'm also not thrilled about that.
That one's closest to you.
Now, if she's grappling, if I did a ranged attack against it, would I run risk with Leiden being grappled?
Only with a botch.
Okay.
Unless it was an area of effect, of course, but like...
Well, I guess I'm not sure that one of these will do enough damage. So I'm going to upcast Scorching Ray at 3rd level.
Okay, sounds good. A reminder that the one that is next to Maxine is now prone, so if you're attacking that one, ranged attacks are at disadvantage. So the one against Leiden is the one where you'll get normal attack.
Well, it'll have to be... Okay, so I'm going to hit the one against Leiden. I'm going to try and hit with 2 of them, and I'll try with 2 on Maxine's one in a moment. Okay, so... range spell attack. That's a dirty 20, and A 23 to hit.
20 and a 23. Those are both hits. Roll me damage.
Okay.
Give me the damages separately, please.
Okay. 11 and 9.
Okay, so 20 total. Sounds good. All right, your Scorching Ray is going to slam into this one's back, burning deeply into it, and sizzling. It's going to hiss as it continues to claw at Leiden's shield. Do you have anything else you'd like to do this round?
Well, I still need to hit the one was attacking Maxine. I get 4 Scorching Rays because I outcast.
Oh, okay. Sounds
So
good.
I just cast 2 against Leiden's one, and I'm casting 2 against the other
Okay,
one.
so you have disadvantage on both of these.
Yeah. I've already designated my dice.
I think you're going to be fine, though. These things have very low HP.
That is
Or
a
not
23.
Hit.
And a dirty 20 again.
Hit.
Okay.
And please give me the... You know, there's no way you'll give them together. It's fine.
Okay. 21.
21. One sec. Okay, by 1 hit point, you succeed. You drop it. So this thing at 20 hit points, you drop it into negatives with that, and it is going to fall back on the table. It tries to lurch forward, but the flames from the Scorching Rays are going to burn it too deeply. I was 1 point shy of this thing coming back from zombie-itis. It is going to die on the table there, leaving one remaining, the one that is chewing on Leiden's shield. Talfrin, it is your turn, my friend, then Dirk's on deck.
All right. I'm a slash at it twice.
Okay, so rushing forward to the one behind Leiden, go ahead and give me an attack roll. Or give me 2 attack rolls. And are you using Great Weapon Master?
Yes, I am. The first one is gonna be a 14.
14 is gonna be hit.
Oh, yay, nice. Okay, second one? Second
Second
one is gonna be a 16.
16? That's a hit.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so roll me damage. You can combine them. Ooh, actually, give them separate because there's a chance you could roll high enough.
All right. So the first one is going to be... Oh, yikes. 21.
21 damage? Okay.
Yeah. And then... 23. So 21, 23 is going to be 50...
Did you have the +1 for your magical sword?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have it here in a separate little thing.
Okay, so 23. That is going to be... you were going to rush up behind this thing, hacking twice into it, and it is going to lurch and fall to the ground, twitching as you cleave through its chest and back, and then as it hits the ground, it's going to start twitching and slowly rises back up, near death, so near death.
Just let it happen.
All right, Dirk is going to take an action, is going to aim the crossbow bolt, and is going to fire with disadvantage. First shot is going to be a... not enough. He rolled a 5. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. He's got... his proficiency bonus is plus... That's actually is exactly a hit.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, these things have very low AC. So that is 46 plus 88. Thank you, Talfrin, for being there, and Leiden as well. That's a little better. That's 5, 10, 15, 18, 21 points of piercing damage. And this thing is going to take a crossbow bolt between the eyes, is going to lurch, fall down, and then rise back up again. He's going to take another shot because he has 2 per round. That is definitely a hit. Oh, but there's no way. That's going to be 9 points of piercing damage. And this thing's going to take another bolt through the eye, sag down, and then rise up again because zombies are the most frustrating thing in D&D. Maxine is going to make a death save. Maxine makes a death save, and it does something. Ivy, it is your turn. What do you do?
Cool. I'm gonna take 3 swings at this zombie.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your attack rolls. pretty sure you'll hit with all of them.
Yeah. He's not prone or anything, right? He's back up.
I know he is prone. I said he fell over.
So they're all... Okay, yeah, so they're all
with advantage, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunately shitty. For my first roll, I rolled a nat 1 and a 3, so, does an 11 hit? I'm gonna use my determination.
It hits.
Cool. Second one, I rolled a 17 on the dice, so that's +8, which is a lot. That hits. And holy shit, I rolled another nat 1 and okay, that was a 7. That's gonna be a 15 to hit.
Those are all hits. These things have
Cool.
AC 12.
Nice!
Zombies do not have high AC. I'm glad I didn't use the Plague Host, though, because those things have AC 13.
Oh,
They're
wow.
3 times as many hit points. God, I hate zombies so much, guys. I hate zombies so much.
Zombies are...
They're just awful.
lot.
I hate them so much in games. It's the undead mechanic. We're just like... Ugh. Although I do like that they have a mechanic where they're indistinguishable from corpses. Unless you use detect good and evil.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's good.
I just love the...
You just blend in.
Yeah, I'm just one of the guys. Just chilling with my homeboys. Just hanging out. Just
Until I attack you.
Yeah, just you know, opening up with one of the cold ones.
Alright, 43 points of damage.
Is
total.
that... So you can't combine them. It's separate.
Okay.
Well...
Fuck.
You know what? What was your first attack? How much was that worth? Was it more than 9?
It was.
Okay. That is all I need to know because I rolled a 4. So that means that it's DC 9 for me. Or pardon me, pardon me, not DC 9. That you must do more than 9 points of damage.
Ah, okay.
Okay. So as you cleave into, you're just going to continue to cleave until its head completely comes off, and the last noble zombie dies beneath you, and we are a moment of quiet echoes through the chamber as the battle outside rages. What do you do?
Leiden's immediately going to push this dead zombie off of her, assuming it was still kind of partially attached.
Kind of on, yeah,
push
a
it
little
off.
bit.
And we'll look around. If she can
Claudette's
see
gonna
Maxine,
run to Maxine.
Yeah, Leiden's gonna follow and will immediately apply Cure Wounds at 2nd level.
Okay.
Yeah.
You reach your hand down and cure, but as you do, you feel the magic flowing into Maxine, healing him. And that's when you notice the black veins reaching up his arm. The plague is spreading. Outside, the battle intensifies. And as you heal him, there is an echo through the palace. More creatures, like the one that you just faced, roar. Outside, the sound of machine guns, Gatling guns, and mech troopers collide with the wild abandon of elvish warfighters. And above you, the sky burns. I suppose we're going to have to find out what happens in the actual final episode, which will be coming soon, because we couldn't finish tonight, folks, so we're going to have 26 episodes, as it turns out, because it's already 11, because these fights are crazy.
You know why? 26 is the best number.
It just means we're an anime series.
26 is my favorite number.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, so folks, we will have to figure out when this game can run. Check the schedule. I will post it on our Discord. But how did you enjoy the penultimate game?
Oh, that was so good.
So
Oh my god, so much tension,
like,
so much
so
stress.
much emotions.
What can I do now? I'm trying.
I'm
to
sitting here staring at divine intervention going,
You can do it now.
I can.
Try it.
Do I use it now or do I save it for a really desperate moment?
I guess we'll have to find out.
Well,
Folks,
I mean, the thing is if you fail, there's no downtime on it.
Is there not? I thought it was
It's
like...
if you're successful.
yeah.
Oh, I think there's a rest. You need to take like a short rest.
Take a long
or
Yeah, but
or a long
still.
rest. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's 7 days that you have to wait if you're
I forgot
successful.
that I get reactions like this. God damn it.
Nice. Well, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. Oh, what's up?
Yeah.
What's up?
I have a point of determination that needs to be applied.
Let me mark that before we go. Boop. There we go.
Yeah.
So, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to mark the dozens of pages in all of my books that are going to be used because I've got a couple more games before this. I hope you enjoyed what you saw here. If this is your first time joining us, be sure to give us a follow and a sub if you can do it for free. And we really look forward to having you down for the actual finale when we get there. In the meanwhile, we got a bunch of other games that are happening very soon. Tomorrow night is Wild Beyond the Witchlight, in which we are doing a How to Run Chapter 2 of that module episode. So a very special one. Wednesday, the Shards of Nirn hopefully will be back after a long overdue hiatus. And you'll be able to see some of the references that you might have missed in this episode if you're new to the channel, because there were quite a few of those. Besides that, I just want to quickly thank my players for being here and for making time for our last episode. We were talking in the group chat while we were running game about, we're kind of pushed for time because we had all of those role-playing scenes. Is everybody okay with one more game? And everybody was like, yeah, no, it's for the best. We'd rather not rush it. And I'm like, great.
Yeah.
I agree, actually. It's as much as I want to be free of this pain.
It's been such a good campaign, and the storytelling has been such amazing, and it's been so much fun. It would be a shame to rush an ending, because I'm sure you have an amazing ending planned out.
Actually have multiple endings. I have my ending sheet right here, actually.
Yeah.
Which I will just, each one of you has at least 2 different endings you could get.
Oh,
Each
cool.
of us?
Each of you, yeah.
Schmokers.
Whoa, Mass Effect.
Yeah, so you got to choose which buttons you press, guys. Like, you want the blue ending or the red ending?
I guess I'm not retiring this wig tonight after all.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We were just talking about that before we started tonight. Oh, well, I guess we're putting these costumes away, and that wig can actually go away.
My costume can go up.
Yeah, this wig
one's
is
been
gonna
sitting on a wig stand on my dresser for like half a year now.
this wig's going back on the edge of the TV for another night.
Nice. All right. So, folks, I just want to thank you all for tuning in. I also want to do a special thank you to those of you who have joined the Patreon recently. It's been really growing, which is great because this is my full-time job, prepping these games, running these games, editing these episodes, uploading them, doing all of the organization, social media, involving all of our artists, getting our community nice and hyped for things, which also a lot of you players really help me out with. I really love it. But if you have a couple bucks, definitely go and support us on Patreon or give us subs here. It's honestly like asking or like throwing a couple coins in for a busk. If you like people who perform on the street, or if you're tipping your server, tip your streamer, because this is literally like 80, 90 hours a week, depending on the week.
Toss a coin to your dorks.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
Accurate.
And I'll run The Witcher. I will run The Witcher. Whoa. I'll do it, I swear.
Oh, I need a gray wig then.
We're all just going to be Geralt.
We'll all be our version of Geralt.
I have my
Geralt.
Siri costume.
Damn straight you do. Damn straight. I'll let you play Siri. You can do it.
Yes.
It's just, you know, I would frame that as like, I found this old game in the basement of Kaer Morhen. Geralt unfolds a screen.
Yes.
Now we must.
Because then you can wear the Geralt wig.
Yeah.
You know, I have
hilarious.
beard white too, right? Like I have beard whitening powder.
Are there?
Yeah, like specifically like hair whitening.
You play Siri,
Amazing.
and I'll play Siri. Now directing you to Novigrad.
Oh
Turn left.
my god.
Turn
No.
right into the marsh.
The entire quest
Siri,
is to
what
go
is The
to go to that first town in The Witcher 3 and install another fast travel point. That is the entire point of the game, is you have to bring a fast travel point to the inside circle there. Hey, thank you so much for supporting us, those of you who are on the Patreon. For those of you who sub on Twitch, we love you as well. Quick shout out to the big supporters over on Patreon. That is DM Mike, Jade, and Shulton as my divine producers, Nacro, my demonic producer, and my princes of the Patreon, which are Taryn and Buddy. Thank you all so much for being there, and thanks everybody else, really. We couldn't do it without you. And also, what was I going to say? We have a new campaign that is following this one up. It starts on the 18th, set in the province of Exelar. I am really looking forward to getting the new art for that, so it's going to be really great, and it's going to be fun. So we'll post the actual final game for this one on our Discord soon, and on our Twitter, and all of that, so you'll be able to see it when the updated schedule comes out in a couple days.
Things. Facebook
All right.
as well.
Facebook as well, and probably YouTube too. So, folks, we'll see you next time. Stay safe and go take a nap. You deserve it. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.